What's going on, Damon? We're just getting rolling, getting on for the day. Uh, yeah. Ads are gonna play shortly here, and then once the ads are done, we'll jump into the game. What's going on with you? How's things? How you been? Oh, bro, I hope it was good. I've loved all of the skits I've ever seen on like online. He's so funny. God, that guy. He cracks me up. Now, obviously, a lot of that stuff online is like, the highlight reels and stuff. I probably don't see all like the bad stuff, but oh, you saw him 2 years ago as well? Yeah, so I hope it was good. Like, that shit's so funny. His voices crack me up. Super funny, dude. I mean, I don't know exactly, his conditions or whatever, but some voices do become hard to do, especially like the more you do them, they can be hard on your throat, your vocal cords, and stuff. So I mean, he is getting older, so it could make sense that he's like cutting back on the voices because they probably are too difficult. He roasted them. That's so good. It's funny. Sometimes I go down the rabbit hole on YouTube and I end up on hecklers getting roasted. YouTube videos. It's so funny. Like that's the rule 101. You don't heckle at a comedy show unless you want to get roasted. Because it's not like they're particularly like I would say stand-up comedians are one of the one people you don't want to like piss off because they have the mic, they have the stage, they have the audience, and they are very witty because they're literally improv people. They improv all day long. They know ways to make things sound funny no matter what they say and how to make the tables turn and make you look like an idiot. Like you don't heckle a comedian. You just don't. It's the worst idea ever. Oh God, yeah. That'd be good. That would be good. You never heckle a little person. I know, right? Oh man. I mean, honestly, you shouldn't heckle anybody. Like, unless you have the balls to go up on stage and do it yourself, you have no right to heckle somebody else doing it, right? Like, it's the same thing I say when it comes to like making video games and stuff. Like, being that backseat driver, bro, is the wrong mentality. Like, unless you can do better, unless you can put yourself in that position and do better than that other person, shut the fuck up, right? Unless you have the balls, the courage, and the commitment to do what they're doing, shut the fuck up, right? Like, are you going to sit there and tell a NASCAR driver that he's not driving correctly? Are you going to sit there and tell an NFL professional fucking wide receiver or running back that he's not running correctly? I mean, I would. I mean, yes, I couldn't do what he's doing, but if I saw like a fundamental mistake, I'd point that out. But I mean, other than that, I wouldn't be able to do what they do. So I can't sit there and say, "Oh man, I could do better than you," because I know I couldn't. I'm not fast enough. I'm not tall enough. I'm not strong enough, right? I don't have the athletic ability to do what they do on the level that they do it at. So it's just like I personally understand that I can't do what they do. So I just shut the fuck up. I inner monologue it to myself, and I might yell if I can't hear me, but I'm not going to say it to their face because at the end of the day, yeah, they might have missed a fundamental. They might have put their head down. They might have, you know, did whatever the fuck, you know what I mean, took their eyes off the ball, turned too early, you know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, in that high pressure, high situations and stuff, you know what I mean? Like split seconds, like I'm talking milliseconds is the difference between right and wrong in those situations. And they have to make fast judgment calls. So it's like, I don't think I could do any better. I know this linebacker's about to fucking crack my ass when I go to catch this ball. So like that in the back of your mind, knowing you're about to get laid the fuck out and I have to catch this ball, right? That pressure, most people can't handle. You know what I mean? Log in, let's go. I was waiting for the ads to finish. It popped up on the X and team side. Oh god. That's kind of funny though, Demon. I know, Topher, I was gonna ask you. I was gonna ask you, man, are you ready for the fucking winter Olympics? Like, what the fuck? Shit's crazy. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Demon, like we don't really know people. You know, when the doors close, you don't really know a person very well, unless you're the person behind the closed door with that person. You know, so I wouldn't put it past anybody to be like that behind scenes, but I will agree that the persona we see seems pretty tame and not in line with that, right? Like I'll agree. I feel like it's he seems too tame. He seems to stand up to want to be in that kind of crowd, but you never know. I know, Tover. I'm so upset. I don't want to go outside and snow blow. I don't want to go outside and shovel the driveway and shit. But yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like he's I don't I would definitely take him at face value, but with the added caveat that, you know, trust but verify kind of thing, right? That's my mentality in life. You trust people, but you tend to verify things as well, right? You don't blindly trust. I ain't touching that. Rift Stalker giveaway. I don't even want to know. What do they want you to do? Oh, is this a lava post or something? Yeah. No thanks. Lava can suck it. Oh man. And then let us okay, so we're waiting on this really quick, guys. I'm trying to quickly this is actually going really slow. Hold on. Yeah, I'm like 7 minutes desync for some reason. There it goes. Let's do this super quick. All right, so I wanted to get onto the one after lime. Yeah, because I want these. I want the raspberries. Yeah, so we'll lock these on raspberries once they go. And then we're gonna finish with these day markets. These growth speed and growth chance. Also, I don't know about you guys, but I finished all these. I'm almost done with mushrooms. I got 3 more mushrooms. Yeah, Damon, we play the crap out of this game in the background. I started on glassies, so we're working on glassies. But you guys told me that metal seeds don't grow unless you use Instagrows. You guys told me that. I'm not crazy, right? Oh, the one Topher linked. Oh, let's see what he said. Oh yeah, you got another Zombie Survivor. Fucking baller game. Honestly, I'm not a big roguelite fan. I did a big roguelite series last year, where I 100%ed like 5 or 6 of them in a row. It took me like 3 months, and I hated it towards the end. But of all the games we 100%ed, Yet Another Zombie Survivor was my favorite. Absolutely was my favorite. I loved that game so much. I could literally turn my brain off and play that game all day long. It's purely just because the soundtracks were so fitting and so perfect for the game. It felt great just to sit there and chill. Okay, Topher, you say I need to Instagrow for them, but I haven't used a single Instagrow, and I've already obtained the first 3. I haven't used a single one. And as you can see, it's starting to grow. See, it's starting to grow. It's got 5.6 hours left. They do. They take 7 hours for me to grow one. So I can grow like 2 or 3 a day if I'm on top of it. I'm gonna claim this mushroom and then we'll jump back into the game. I mean, don't get me wrong, Topher. We have a lot of instas, right? And it makes sense that using instas would make sense because most people don't want to wait 7 hours for one to grow, right? Especially once you get into overgrowths and stuff like that. Like, it's just not worth your time. You might as well just use your insta grows since you get so many of them anyway. Like, I have almost 1,000 right now. It's better just to use them. Like, I could insta grow this multiple times and just unlock crops, which is kind of like what I was in the middle of process of doing, is just getting as many unlocks as I could. So I'm pushing through these, and then I'm pushing through these and these at the same time. So once the mushroom is done, I'm gonna put him on to I was thinking I was putting him on earthy again, so I can get 1,000 in any of, like, from broccoli on, and because I need to start stacking these ones to unlock some more. I'm trying to max out my day market basically. I wanna put effort into my day market, and that's kind of like what my goal is right now. But let's just let this guy chill. We'll move this guy. And put him back over here. Cranium cook. Also, before we jump into PoE, I haven't used my bubbles yet. I'm really torn on the bubble aspect. So you guys made a comment about like ones I should do, but when I look, it tells me that there's like caps on everything, right? And in path and toolbox, wrong button. Toolbox says there's like caps on everything. And my question is, if you use a Prisma, does it bypass the cap? Right? So for example, you told me that there's a cap on these of 1,000,000, but Toolbox says at 100,000. Right? And then, for example, these have a cap of 8.76, which I'm nowhere near, obviously, but 8.76, and if you use a Prisma, wouldn't it go above that? And then you're like this one, mate said that the cap is 50%, but yours is 74. So do you just miss out on those, extra points? Like, it's, you know what I'm saying? So when I look at these, and hitting cap would mean I only need to go to 6,000 bubbles or like 3,000 bubbles. What's the point of what's the point of using an Insta or like a Prisma if I only need 2,000 or 3,000 levels? I feel like 3,000 levels I can get in a few days just by using bits, or not bits, but the accelerator particles, right? So like when I come down here and I look at these, yeah, 50,000. Okay, that's rough. Okay, I can understand putting points into this one because it's 50k. This one's 50k. This one's 50k, right? The 50k ones I can understand because 50k takes a while, and some of these actually can't be used with particles. So I could understand prismaing some of those, right? But anything that takes like 5,000, like I would say anything under 10K is too easy to cap out just by using particles. So what's the fucking point of prismaing it? I feel like the reason you prisma is because it takes too long to level to get it to its like potential hard cap, and the prisma gets you to the hard cap like in no time, right? Yeah, Shemrock, yeah, the meat, not the chalice. Yeah, it's 3,900 to get to cap. Well, that's what I'm wondering. Is the cap without Prisma? Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, is this just saying that you can't get higher than that without Prisma? Or is that saying that that's the hard cap? Because it does say at the bottom, 98% of possible hard cap effect of 80%, right? And if the hard cap is 80%, does that mean that it can't go above 80% even with a thingamajig? Because like if you look at this one says that the hard cap is 25, but Mate specifically said that 50 is the cap, right? So now you get my point. I don't know what's true, what's not true, what to pay attention to, and this is where I get really confused on where to use my prismas, because I don't want to prisma something that I'm already going to hit cap on without using a prisma. So I think I'm just going to hold on to my bubbles for now and figure it out later, because that's too much effort. But yeah, I'm just annoyed. But I appreciate the pets. That's absolutely wild. Okay, like I said, I do want to get into POE in just a second. I'm just gonna leave this. Yo, it actually worked this time. Okay. So we're gonna go. Know what I've noticed too with these pet battles, Topher, is when I leave. The other day I left and I had 0 points. When I logged, like when I came back to my computer 12 hours later, 15 hours later, without running another tournament, I had 4 points. So I wonder if you gain points if you beat somebody that tries to fight you when you're like not engaged. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That was weird. So yeah, I thought it was weird because I had 0 points, and then the next day I logged in and I had 4 points, and then I did my thing and I still had 4 points. But then when I logged in later, I had like I was silver or something. It just randomly changed to silver. I'm like, okay. And then today when I left it, it instantly moved me up to gold. So it worked right away. So you do get defense points. That's kind of cool. Okay. Anyway, well, do I have to register now? Yeah. All right. All right. So we're good. So we're just gonna let this do its thing. We're gonna get into some maps. Edge, did you want to come and play? I'm gonna go check my boats and hoes. But yeah, Demon man, I'm glad you had a good time. I'm glad it was fun. Glad you enjoyed it. More pennies on the dollar, bro. I fucking hate exalts that cost like literally nothing. Fortify, fire res. Yo, fire res tattoo. Fire res tattoo. How much is that worth? Let's go. Are we fucking in the money? Did we hit money? I think we hit money. I don't want to read these. I don't want to read these. I can't be bothered. Fuck that shit. Yeah. Let me know when you're ready. I'm just gonna tinker around in my my King's March and stuff really quick. You know, one thing I wish that these mappers could bring back was blood. Wouldn't that be crazy, Edge? Yo, that tattoo's worth 120? Yo, let's go. I wish they could bring back blood. That's one thing that these things can't do, and I wish they could. We got an ultimatum. We can sell that. Or we can run it. I don't know how those things work. C. All right, looking good. What looking like? We still have 200K. Yeah, I wish you could get blood from those, because that would be pretty awesome. Not gonna lie. Go sell that stuff. Alright. Currency exchange. I want chaos. I have rogue markers. Here. Tattoos. Fortify. 1-to-1. Ugh. Yeah, these things are fluctuating hard. 112. That kind of sucks, but it's fine. Might as well just get rid of the fortified tattoo over at it too. Alright, some of these are worth money, I know that. How much is this worth? 4-to-1. 1-to-1. 1-to-8. Okay, that I can deal with. 1-to-9. Yeah, that's the life one. That's the one you need for Defiance of Destiny that we're gonna be going for. 18. So 2-to-1. What do we have? 8. Three of these. There it is. Alright, good enough. Making some money. All right, let's deal with these really quick. Oh, that's so much easier. Oh, that's so much easier. I know you said it was easy edge, but that's way better. Holy hell. All right. I think it's time to start running some maps. I gotta get some maps from my map runners though. Up next. Alright, simple map. So I think what we're gonna do today is I think we're going to first start off. Okay. And we're gonna start off with running this. Until we get a nameless seer. And then we're gonna change it to beach. And we're just gonna run beach. Because the Mirages actually can help us rock Nameless Seers. $300 blood. Yeah, you get like no blood from those, but they're easy and fast. That's a good joke. That's a good joke. I like that. Even after 25 years. Bro, does that item actually drop in Diablo? I didn't think so. I was gonna say, I felt like that was like video edited in some way. But like, that's fucking still funny. And you know what's funny too, Coper? Is someone's gonna see that and be like, fucking AI generated garbage, man. They can't see the humor in it. It's like, I don't understand like some people's thought processes nowadays. Like, can you not understand that some things aren't meant to be legit? It's supposed to just be for comical purposes. Like, learn to have some fun. You know what I mean? Learn to have a good time. Yeah, I think that's fucking hilarious. I mean, I have probably close to 10,000 hours in this game, and I've never seen one. Not even a shard. Now, granted, I'm not the best player. I don't speed farm maps. I don't do high tier content. You know, like, there's a lot of reasons why I won't probably ever see one. And I'm fine with that, right? I don't take this game super serious. I don't claim to be a god at it. I don't want to be Mr. fucking know-it-all, Mr. I'm a, you know, god tier player or anything. I just want to play to have fun. I'm here to enjoy my time, you know. It keeps me from, you know, doing other things, right? Playing video games is a lot better of a hobby than a lot of other hobbies you could have. And I'd rather be okay with that. This is a good hobby. It's a safe hobby. It's relatively healthy for you other than all the sitting you do. So it's like, I don't care. I don't care if I'm good at it. I just have fun. You know, all it's meant to do. Like, you need more fun in your days. Like, in life in general, you just need more fun in your days. Some people, man, they're just overly critical about everything. Fucking AI generated garbage, fucking trash ass, but beep, yeah, bleh, they just want to complain. Like, bro, who the fuck cares if you made it with AI? Who the fuck cares if it's like not hand drawn or legit? Like, do you think anything that you see on TV is legit? Do you really think your soap operas are fucking real? Do you really think your reality TV is actually real? Like, bro, like, grow the fuck up. Anything that has a camera behind it and is published by a TV like studio is not real. Even if you think the news is real, I promise you there's a lot of fakeness in there. I promise you there's a lot of like fluff and misdirection and fucking bullshit like that that goes into fucking the news, let alone fucking anything else that you're gonna try and watch that you think is, oh, it's real. They don't modify it, they don't change it. It's just its core. It is what it is. No, it's really not. You really think they're sitting there not cussing when they hit themselves with the fucking axe? You know what I mean? Like those fucking those TV shows like Survivor and stuff like that. Do you really think that you're getting the full truth? That they're not like cutting out some portions that, you know, maybe don't look so favorable, right? Maybe they don't camera well or whatever. It's just like, bro, the closest thing you're gonna get to real is watching someone's live stream. And even then, I would say only if it's like a very long marathon stream where they're just, oh, hold on, I gotta sneeze. And only on those situations where it's like very long marathon streams where they're just like streaming the house while people are walking around doing their everyday lives. Like, that's the only time you're ever going to get somewhat true reality stuff that's not really edited. But I mean, they are still mindful of what they're saying, doing, and how they're acting and stuff. But still not completely true. They would act completely different in that situation than they would if their, you know, cameras were off. I don't know, man. Some people can't stand it. What up, Phil? Can you check the price of the life force scarab? Alright, I need to remember to E-core my gloves. Even though I haven't bought a new pair of gloves yet, I think I'm just going to E-core these ones just for the ignite spread since I really need it. I'm just being lazy. Lime cube? I have no idea what that is. Where have I heard that from, though? Pretty sure someone said that recently. I don't know where I heard it. Wait, I'm confused. What are we talking about? Jelly cubes and cards right now? I didn't see a question in chat. Did I miss something? I feel like I missed something. Which is pretty normal for me. Yeah, I don't know what slime cube is. You said it, I have no idea what it's in relation to. I remember hearing it somewhere, and I don't remember where. Sounds about right, Cover. Reading's hard. We all know this. Try to duplicate div cards. Because if it does drop an apothecary, then it has a chance to drop 2, which would be insane. Okay, Edge. Feel free to have anything I throw in this second tab. Like, I just been tossing stuff in there for you. Ooh, Wild Wisp, let's go. Okay, I really need to remember to E-core my gloves. I keep forgetting. Blue down here. I need blue. What the? What? What? It's the popped. Oh, it killed me. I had full HP. Okay, well, since we're here, that was kind of crazy. Not gonna lie, that kind of came out of nowhere. It's fucking insta-pop. What the fuck was that? That just fucking insta-popped me. I don't know which one gives the ignites spread. I think it's red, but I'm not 100%. The damage per strength isn't too terrible either. I think it's red too, yeah. Oh. Not the best one, but we'll take it. Alright, there we go. I almost overwrote this one. Ignite spread. Alright. There we go. Yeah, I almost overwrote it. I was like, what am I looking at? What is this? The problem is I don't think I have 100% ignite chance still. Because I got rid of my scepter, so I think I only have 65% chance to ignite right now. I wish I had 100%. Quick question. Do you know if the Nebula scepter can get an ignite implicit? Because I tried to search for ignite as an implicit and I couldn't find it in here. Like I went here and I went to ignite, like chance to ignite, right? And I couldn't find it the other day. Like, no. It's not a synth implicit or anything like that. It's literally like if you type in the nebulas, right? A nebula's top 3 can vary, and they're all implicits. These are the guaranteed, but you see it says increased implicit modifier magnitude. That means the ones above it. So these are all implicits, and I was trying to find, like, this has chance to freeze. So I assumed it would have chance to ignite. Yeah, so how do I search for that? Because it's not crafted, it's not a scourge, it's not an enchant, is it? And it's not fractured. What do you mean you can roll them? So I can re-roll the top ones in Harvest? What do you mean copy the weapon, Edge? It's like I've gone in here before, and right here. Nebulous drops with 3 of the following synthesis modifier Implicit modifier is replacing the ordinary modifier. Chance to ignite. It's on here, but I don't know how to search for it. Where do you... Well, I saw it that time. Thank you. Thank you. I saw it that time. I've looked in that thing probably 30 or 40 times, and I've never been able to see it. Only 10%. Yeah, I didn't try the imp part, yeah. I just kept typing ignite, and I could never find it. Because everything I was finding was, it was like, avoid or ignite with melee, shock, and this one I never, for some reason I always skipped over this one. I don't know why. I guess when I read ignite, I don't read it as ignite. I look at this word, I'm like, what is this? And I ignore it, and then I'm like, I see all these, and these don't give me what I want, and the rest were all like fractured. So, but it's only 11%. I think the max it can roll is 12. Yeah, I think this is like, well, maybe not. What's the max it can roll? 14, seems like. But still, even with that, I would need to get ignite tattoos to get 100%. Unless I got... I mean, I don't really want to, but I could get ignite chance on a flask. Or on a cluster. Isn't there a cluster that has a notable that has ignite chance plus some other mods that could be useful for my build? Mirrors in Mirage. These guys have a lot of HP. Trying to read your message. Oh. Interesting. Does it replace one? Like, how does that really work though? Like, do you get to select where it goes on the table? Like on the wheel? Do you get to select what it replaces? I mean, this league also, in theory, allows for a lot of crazy links because of the infusions. But the infusions can suck it, bro. Because I was under the impression that infusions can only roll support gems that the gym can use. And I have proven that that's not true. Well, let me rephrase that. I haven't proven that it can roll something it can't use, but I have proven that it rolls stuff that doesn't really work with it. I'm pretty sure it would work. In theory. But like, really? That's all I gotta say. That's all I'm saying, man, at this point. Like, okay, so to put it in perspective, Pip, I'll explain it. We used one of the blue coins on a righteous fire, and it rolled cast on stun. What? What? So I'm curious, if I was to actually go to the vendor, would it actually put a check mark next to Righteous Fire saying that it is actually usable? I don't think anybody's ever used cast on stun with Righteous Fire before. Ever. Ow. I'm gonna go check after this, yeah. That's just ridiculous. I was expecting, you know, LE focus, efficacy, AoE, conk effect, like anything that actually does benefit the skill. Was not expecting. Was definitely not expecting cast on stun. Of all the things it could have rolled, I was not expecting that. +2 observation. Okay, okay. That's pretty huge. I'm still stuck on the pufferfish or whatever, the ones in World 7, the blue ones. Stuck on them right now. And I haven't done the Doot one yet. Because I don't, that one's annoying. Like, that one's frustrating. Can I, like, AFK in the Doot area and just come back day after day? Like, leave a guy just AFK in that room? So I don't have to keep opening the door every single day? Not that the door's hard to open, but... It is a check mark? Really? That is fucking trolly beyond trolly. That's ridiculous. Name one reason why you would ever run Righteous Fire cast on stun. Give me one example that makes sense. One build. One idea. One legit logical argument of why you would ever run cast on stun on it. I mean, I made that argument. Remember when we first saw it? I did make that argument. I was like, oh, so I just don't want to push the button when I enter a map? Like... Like, that's the only argument I could think that would validate ever using cast on stun. But at the same time, like, you're giving up a support gem for that. For laziness. I mean, I'm already running the 2020 regular. That I never coined. But I mean, you're not wrong. I could put the other one on and just take the button off. Coin it? I don't have a coin. I've never actually gotten a color coin. I've only gotten like the basic bitch coins. The ones that seem to do like literally nothing. I mean, I would, if I'm gonna do one, it's gonna be blue. Like, there's like 4 or 5 gems that would work with RF. that would be nice to have. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing too, Fib, is like, do I want to gamble getting a, you know, an RF? You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Fib. It's like, is it better just to sell it and just buy whatever I want? Letting everybody else gamble, or just gamble? But Edge is all about this gamble life, man. He's all about the gamble life. Okay. We're about to go and fight this fucking boss, and he's about to be wildwood infested. He gonna hurt. He gonna hurt real bad. Yo, Ice Cream, what's going on? Appreciate you stopping back in. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here. How's life been treating you? What you been up to? What you been doing? How's POE treating you? Also, Ice Cream. I remember day one you came in, you said you needed like help with builds or whatever, and I know you had to go to work when I asked you if you wanted help first day, and then the second day you came back, I told you we could sit down and talk about some stuff, but you never gave me an answer. So at some point, if you want to chat about some builds that you possibly could run, or to, like, try and find you something that you might enjoy, feel free to ask. Feel free to chime in, and we can chat about it. You know, I can help you out best I can. Devil dog shit belt. Alright, time to go get my actual shit pushed in by this boss. I'm not gonna read chat this time, but I'm probably still gonna die. The only reason I died last time is I was face tanking while I was reading the chat. Because Ed put that message in and I was like, wait, what is Ed trying? Yep, can't fight him. Yep, he attacks too fast. Alright. I couldn't even walk to the other side of him before he finished that animation. So yeah, not happening. Not happening. Wrong button. These are yours too, Edge. Like, everything in here you can have. Like, I don't even know where it all came from. Except for the clusters. I know where the clusters came from. Just ask in general. Oh, wait, where's the coin? Just ask in general, anytime, Sad. Oh. Where is it? Okay. Hey, it hit one. That's workable, boys. That's workable. I can make that work. Ellie focus is decent, right? Because if we look, Ellie focus is 20% damage at level 1. Pretty solid. Now, the other thing I could have hit would be... Where'd it go? Where's efficacy? Efficacy, 15%. That would have been a worse hit, right? Efficacy would have been worse. But it could have hit, which it's just fine it didn't. It could have hit AoE. I always forget where this one is. Yeah, could have hit AoE. 30% area effect at level 1, not a big deal. That would have been sick too. Yeah, if I hit AoE, it's pretty solid. Now, if it hits Conk, that could cuck us. I mean, not cuck us. But it's 25% at level 1, right? And then if we level that up, the damage goes up, but I don't think the negative goes down. You think what said deals no damage? focus? LA, so here's the thing. It always does. I'm running it right here. But the thing is RF isn't what does the ignite. It's the explosion from them dying that does the ignite. So this is fine. It's always been fine. Because RF doesn't actually ignite. It just burns. That's why this is always used. So now we can take this off. So I did take a 14% damage hit for taking that off. Yeah, it's the explosions. It's the explosions that matter. But now we can put on either A, conk effect, which I don't really like, or B, area effect. I think we're going to go with area because I enjoy having a bigger circle. You know, bigger means better, right? Bigger's better. I gave my AoE to somebody the other day. Fine. There we go. Now we have AoE, and we can sell our LE focus if we want. That's not too bad. So much bigger. Like this is okay. So this is what we have now. That's what it would have been. It doesn't look like that much, but you gotta remember, as we level this, it's gonna get bigger. And if we quality it, we'll get 10% increased damage from this. Like I said, we do technically lose cheat damage, but bigger circle means more damage as well because that means they get in it like sooner. Okay, let me take that back. Single target face tanking, less damage. Speed running through maps, more damage because they're in the circle for longer periods of time. They get in sooner and they leave later. So it's more damage overall while running through maps, less damage when fighting a boss. It's the only downside to this, but typically what you do is you swap this out for conk effect on bosses. You switch to conk and you just stand on their face and you kill them. We all know the lines. Yeah, I know. Alright. So let's run this. I'm not even gonna identify it on I'm not even gonna roll it, but I'm pretty happy with that hit. That hit was fine. Like I said, the only better hit it could have hit, in my opinion, would have been technically conk, because level 1 conk, even though it gives the negative AoE, it has a higher starting value. It's level 1. It gives 25% damage versus the 20% from what we have, or the 15% from the other one. But yeah, we would have ended up with a little bit more if we went with conk, but it would also have cucked our radius, which would have required us to put on increased area effect anyway. So it would have been even less damage, even though we would have been swapping out a gym. So I think this is fine. I hope I don't hit a boss. If I'm being honest, I really hope we don't hit a boss here. Because the conk effect could definitely just pose a problem. And we're already going to have a little bit of a problem here, even with the yellows. But we got a good pop, so we're good. Scarabs duplicate rarity, jewelry. Is to drop additional div cards. Reward maps. Eh? Let's get scarabs. Quantity. Can drop additional div cards basic currency. So when they got rid of the awakened gems, did they get rid of increased area of effect, like awakened increased area of effect, or did they change it to like a superior version? Like I said, I know they got rid of awakened gems, but I wonder if they replaced the awakened versions with superior versions to like still keep them in the game, but just rename them. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't looked into it yet because I'm curious because like they had so many awakened versions of so many different skills, and removing those kind of nerfs a handful of builds because the awakened versions gave like some pretty significant bonuses. Like I'm pretty sure awakened Ellie focus or elemental damage with attacks made you immune to reflect. So it was like one way to get Ellie reflect removal on an Ellie build, so you can run Ellie reflect maps without killing yourself. They're crying on Reddit, really? What's their reasons? Like, why are they upset? I don't know what got removed from them to make them upset, so the only one I know of off the top of my head is that one. Is the Ellie damage with attacks. Having no reflect damage. And I know awakened Hex touch allowed you to hex through hexproof, which was really cool actually. It allowed you to still hex no matter if they're hexproof or not, which was really nice. Um, Interesting. I've never had that happen. I mean, personally sad, what I would start with is a computer restart and then validate your cache via Steam. And if that doesn't fix it, I would then try to obviously turn all your settings down to as low as possible. Like I play on the absolute lowest settings. Shut up, computer. I play on the lowest settings possible, personally, right? So I play windowed full screen, but I play no scaling, right? DirectX 12 because it feels worse on the other ones for me, but I disable VSync, I disable triple buffering. I turn everything off or as low as possible. Right, like I just literally turn everything off or down. And if that doesn't fix it, then some of those other ones might. Testing the different DirectXs could be helpful as well. I don't know about window mode, but yeah, that's kind of rough if you're into that. What up, mate? Welcome in. Appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, so what are they crying about? I mean, but here's the thing, Pip. Those Awakened gems weren't much of an increase, right? I mean, they were, don't get me wrong. They were a couple million damage. But at the end of the day, if you go from a 50 million DPS build to a 45 million DPS build, is there that much of a difference? Even if you go down to 40 mil. Because 2020s versus, you know, level 5s or level 6s on your regular Awakened gems. Like, is it that big of a difference? Like, you would know better than I would, but I feel like that's not a big difference. Right? Because, like, the Awakened gems were, like, a level 1 Awakened gem was, like, equivalent to a level 20, right? So, losing the Awakened gems basically means you lose out on, like, a level 23 or a level 24 regular gem. As effectively is what I think it would, like, equal out to. Unless it's scaled better than the regular gems, I don't know. Like, would a level 3 be higher than, like, a level 24 regular gem? I don't know. But also, if you're hitting the cap, then you're losing out on efficiency, right? What's the point of going above the cap? You know what I mean? Because then anything past the cap is wasted. So you want to get as close to that cap as possible, don't you? Without going under, obviously. But if you can't reach the cap now, I understand you're missing out on DPS, but if you're, let's say you were hitting DPS cap of 35 mil, right? Just hear me out on this before you bite my head off. So let's say you were hitting DPS cap of 35 mil, but your actual DPS was closer to like 50 or 60, right? Effectively, your DPS is still 35 mil, right? Because you're hitting the cap. Now, you're doing 30, maybe 34, 35, you know, somewhere below 30 or 35, right? Between 25 and 35. So effectively, you lost 10 mil damage. You didn't lose 60 mil damage because you were capped at 35 anyway. So I don't know. All right, so sad. Like I said, first thing I personally would do, you don't have to do this, restart the computer to clear out all the cache and the RAM and everything on your computer. Just let it start from scratch, right? Once you do that, go to your Steam, right click your game, go to properties, go to installed files, and verify game files and that are installed. Verify the integrity of the game. Yeah, I know, Pip. Some of the gyms did have like no LE reflect, like we were talking about before, and a few other things. That's what I'm saying. So, like, I understand losing those, I would cry about, but losing a little bit of DPS, I feel like isn't worth bitching, right? Because your builds were busted, right? If your builds were busted and now you're crying because your build isn't as busted, like, play better. Like, I don't play a broken ass build and I complain, but you don't see me going on Reddit and throwing a temper tantrum. I just scream at my computer. But it's purely because I'm lazy. Like, it's not a game fault, it's a me fault, right? I'm not gonna blame the game creators because I suck at the game. This is what you need to do right here. That, like I said, personally, I would restart my computer. I would verify the integrity. After I verify the integrity, I would go into the game. I'd turn all my settings all the way down. And if you can't even get into the game, I would look for graphic card updates. I would upgrade your graphics, restart your computer again, start the process all over again. And if you could finally get into the game, we can work from that. But if you can't get into the game currently, turn all your graphics settings down and maybe tinker around with changing the DirectX's. So go into the options and right here where it says renderer, try using Vulkan, try using DirectX 11, you know, try the other ones to see if they work better, if you stop crashing. Every computer is slightly different, so one fix for one person might not be a fix for another. So you got to try a lot of things. That's the problem with IT in general. It's not normally one size fit all for solutions. Alright, you need to come over here so you can actually take some damage. But like I said, I can 100% understand being upset because, like, Ellie damage builds, right? That use, you know, elemental damage with attacks, right? That one, losing your Ellie reflect, I can understand being upset about. Because if you can no longer, like, if you can't get the Ellie reflect immunity anymore, that sucks. Right? I get that. I could understand being pissed about that, because if there's no way to reobtain that, then that kind of sucks. Like, at least if they added a superior gem that could make up for that loss of the awakened gem, then okay, then it makes sense. But taking it away and then not giving it back, like, that's kind of annoying, kind of bullshit at the same time. But just the DPS loss is not enough to cry about. I'm sorry. A Pantheon? There's a Pantheon that does it? I don't know, or are you saying you can use a body slash ring to get the same effect as well? But now you have to use it there instead of just on your gem. Because it consolidated it on the gem. It was like a regular gem like you normally would use, but it also gave you that. So it alleviated the need for getting it on like a suffix or a prefix. Yeah, I never play Ellie damage, so yeah, 6% reduced Ellie damage taken. Okay, that's not it. Chance to avoid crits, take no extra damage for crits. 8% reduced Ellie damage if you've been hit. Hurry, despair, chaos. Is it a minor? What up, bad girl? Bad girl, bad girl. How many times have you heard that one? Sorry. I don't see one here, so probably not a Pantheon, unless there's like some sort of weird interaction with an item or something. I mean, I know there's ways to obtain it, right? There is ways. I know for a fact there's ways to obtain it. I'm just saying, like, it's not as efficient to obtain it now, because now you have to give something up to obtain it, when before you weren't giving anything up. It was a no-brainer. You know, you put the same skill gem on you were using before, but you put the awakened version on, and you got the added benefit of being immune, right? Like, it was just really strong. And maybe they removed it because it was so strong. They didn't want it to be so easy, and I'm not opposed to that. But you know, everybody's gonna cry if you ever lose something. If anytime someone nerfs something, they remove something, there are people going to cry. Instead of just accepting it and just being like, okay, well, that happened, so let's find a new way to do this, right? Like a normal human being would do. They'd rather cry and complain and bitch and moan and try and do their damnedest to get them to change their mind and put it back the way it was, right? Like, I feel like that is like the mentality of people this day and age, is instead of just accepting what it, you know, whatever it is as it is, they don't, anything that they don't agree with, instead of it just accepting it being the way it is, they're like, you know what, if we complain enough, we'll get what we want. They'll fix it, they'll change it back. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's kind of the mentality, is like, If we're annoying enough, if we make their lives a living hell, if we're loud enough, if we have enough people that are on our side, they'll listen to us, and then we'll get what we want. I didn't realize we were right at the end of the map, too. We're right at the end of the map. I would have just ran over here if I knew it was in the map. Yeah, before it was like blatantly free. And I think they wanted to fix the fact that it was free. Right? There was no reason not to run it. You didn't have to like compromise. You didn't have to give something up to obtain it. And I think that's what the true goal of it was to remove the idea of it being free. Can map runners run unique maps? I want to say no, but I'm not 100% on that. I don't even know why I picked that up. Let's see if we can open up one of these Yu-Gi-Ohs. Yu-Gi-Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh. I should actually read their names. Yeah, 50% hit damage from you and your minions can't be reflected. Oh, okay, okay, got you. Yeah, so I mean, that's 50% at least. That's something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't agree with complaining about nerfs. Like, it just... Don't get me wrong. When they nerfed Righteous Fire, I was a little upset, right? A while back, you know, a long time ago. When they nerfed it originally, like 3 or 4 leagues ago. I was a little upset. I was like, God, that's dumb. I hate this. I don't like it. It's a huge nerf. It was stupid. But, you know, at the end of the day, yeah, we lost a bunch of damage. But... that doesn't stop me from playing it. Doesn't stop me from still trying to make it work. Same thing with Pox and any other RF enjoyer, you know? Like, yeah, we're a little bit of a, you know, a little let down. We have a little bit of complaints to be had about, like, you know, getting the nerfs. But at the end of the day, like, find a way, you know? Use our maturity and, you know, our adultness to just make it work for us instead of just complaining about it. Because what's complaining about it gonna do? Oh, if I complain enough, they'll fix it? Like, I highly doubt that. And even if you were to complain enough to make them revert their nerfs, like, is that really a mentality you want to go with going forward for like everything else in your life? Like, if that's how you want to go through life, I feel like you're gonna have a lot of problems. Hey, can you get down here? Can you come down here? Oh, that hurt. We need a good pop. We need a good pop. There we go. I don't know, that's just my personal opinion, man. I don't agree with it. It's just like the same mentality of people downvoting a brand new game because it doesn't have content, or because it's lacking quality of life, or because it's not a polished perfect game on release. Like, it has the same mentality that I don't condone in that situations either. Dr. Pepper. I thought it was Pringles. Once you pop, you just can't stop. K-E-L-L-O. It's alive! Oh, Edge, if you got a second, could you check the price of the Scarab to double Life Force? I'm curious if it's worth it. Like, I know it's worth it if you're in a party, because the party gives quantity, right? The more people you have in your party, the more quantity you have means the more Life Force you're gonna get. Like, makes sense, right? But I'm wondering if you're running solo, if it's worth it. It's only 2C? Oh, then it's probably definitely worth it. I have to do the math, but if 10,000 yellow, it's a little less, but it's like 10,000 yellow or 10,000 blue equals 1 divine. Then what does that equate down to? What's the math on that? Yeah, 2C is definitely worth it. I'm just curious on how much chaos I make per run without it, right? Like, for example, I just ran it this time, right? And I got 100 of this, which is the cheaper one. It's like 12,000 per divine. And I made 60 and I made 200. So 10,000 of this is roughly a divine, 10,000 of this is roughly a divine, and then 12,000 of this is roughly a divine. And that's without getting it in a Mirage, right? So I can do it twice. Or getting like a unique pop. Because if I get a unique to pop in there, that's even more. That's like 300 just from the unique. Without it doubling. Because it does have a chance to double. And we have a chance to not wilt to get an extra. So I'm just curious on, like, at bare minimum, if I don't get a good proc, right? If I don't get like a bunch of yellows, let's say I get only purples and I only get 1 per, and I don't get a Mirage, like, what's the bare minimum I would make off of Life Force in that situation? And I'm assuming, I'm about 89% positive it's more than 2C. Because 2C is just so little. Like, because 1 divine is roughly like what, 180C? Right? Yeah, I'm not using the wilt rotation one. I'm using just I'm using it without that. I have everything but that. You can stand in the next one. Because I'm already done with this one. Yeah, just a second. I'll invite you in a second. So So there's the chance to not wilt Scarab as well? Is that what you were saying? That one's probably expensive though, right? Especially if you combo it with a Deviling. I blocked that, that's really lucky. Yeah, because I think I have 10% from the tree. I'll look when I get out. Like, in theory, 15% is a 15% increase, right? A 15% chance to not wilt is technically a 15% increase overall, hypothetically speaking. Because that means 15% of the time it won't wilt, which means I get 15% of the time I get an extra thing, which is extra stuff. In theory, it boils down to somewhere close to 15% increase. Not exactly, but roughly. Oh shit. I don't want to die to that. I don't get blights very often. I thought I'd be done with this map already, Ed. That's why I didn't invite you sooner. Because I thought it was almost over. But if I have a blight, yeah, you're more than welcome to join us. And the blade is in the Mirage, so. Oh, man, oh man. Hey Scream, did you ever be able to make it back yet? Oh, Edge, do you possibly have some oils so I can anoint my dog shit amulet? With something cheap? Okay. Trying to figure out what I want to put on it, but I don't know yet. I haven't figured it out yet. Because the thing I should anoint, I don't really want to anoint yet because I think it's a little expensive, but not very expensive. And I'm on a shaper seed still, so it's like, what's the point? You know what I mean? Of spending like 20C on an anoint or something, or 15C on an anoint. If the amulet isn't even really worth that much, you know what I mean? Once I get enough money to buy my my actual amulet, I'm gonna be switching to that. Also, we should try to stick together when we're in here, because, or just in general, I need to hit those towers, and if you kill all the mobs on this side and I don't hit the towers, then we're losing out on chances, you know? It's like, what if you kill everything over there, proc a bunch of towers, I hit a divine shrine, now we have nothing to kill. You know what I mean? Or if you hit a divine shrine way over there, you know what I mean, and then I'm already on the other side, killed everything. Kind of cucks us. Gonna grab my gold. Alright, you can start that. But what I was thinking for my anoint, the one I need is this one, and it's purple red opal. I don't think it's too expensive, but it's damage per endurance, and I get endurance charges on kill, which I don't really need, but I can't think of another one. The only other one that would be okay would be death and decay, growth and decay, but that's got a gold and it's not really worth it. So I'm trying to think what would give me more damage, because the one I need to anoint for later is this filed force. That one's just an opal, red, and black. Oh, I clicked it. Yeah, it's an opal for it. Like I said, I just can't think of anything else that would be beneficial. Now, in theory, actually, I could anoint Arsonist, which is really cheap, and refund this wheel. Which, that's fine, but I don't know where to put the points. Like, I could actually use the points to maybe pick up the rest of the endurance charges. Possibly. It was 20 divines yesterday. I think I'm up to like roughly 6 if I convert my chaos. Technically, I can get a cheaper one, but I feel like if you look at the price differences, like, why would I gimp out a couple divs short, right? So I'm gonna let that do its thing. I'm gonna go stand over here. I'll pull it up. Can one of us not be tabbed? Can one of us not be tabbed for a second? So, Defiance of Destiny. We want non-Felborn, non-corrupted. And then we put this in, and then this is just 24. 24 is max. 17 divine right now. So it's coming down in price. But here's the thing. Technically, 20% is the highest, but if you catalyst it with life, it goes to 24%. So in theory, you could find a 20%er and then catalyst it yourself, right? But you'd have to change the quality to 0. Technically, I think 4. The highest you can go, but you see, no one sells a 20 like a perfect one without quality. When they get it, they just quality it and sell it. So you basically, oh, maybe I fucked up. Hold on. I did it wrong. Hold on. Yeah, so they're not really selling them. You look at 20s, here's the problem you run into. It's 20 quality, but it's 21%. That means it was an 18, or it was a 17 that they qualityed over, and now that's only 10C. So I'm off by 3%, but I saved 7C. So I mean, it's possible. Like, it's not a big deal, but I feel like for an extra 7C to get 3 extra percent, so it's like less likely that I die, is probably better. I don't know. Like 1D for 1% is pretty nice. And like, yeah, one extra divine to go to 22. Like, how much would a 23 be? Yeah, so the 17's gone. We're up to 8. We're down to 18 again. This is basically what we're looking at. Anyway, that's what we're shooting for. I got an opal. I'll probably actually just anoint it myself now. I'll let you have those. Yeah, I'm gonna give you a few things, Edge, because I don't want them.
Would you like a cup of water?
Oh, thanks for the hydrate.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah, the cool thing about the influence mods and stuff, Edge, is that the influence actually carries over into the Mirage. Granted, you have to proc it in the Mirage, but it does carry over, which is really cool. Want to sleep? All right, sounds good, Fit. Thanks for being here. Thanks for having a good time hanging out. Hope you had fun. I'll talk to you next time. We'll be around all weekend. Appreciate you. I just want to proc the seer. That's all I want. Just proc the damn seer. All right, so I think we start running harvest scarabs. You gave me 20 of the other ones, but there is this one's contains up to 1 additional tier 4 seed of each type, and then that is the that's the life force what wilt. Let's just find. Is there only 3 of them? What's the non-wilting one? Do you know which one that one is, Edge? The one that makes it to where it doesn't has a less chance to wilt? I don't even see. Is this it? Yeah. So there's only 3. Interesting. Double life force, pretty good. All right. I'm gonna go check. Yeah, I have enough blood to open this. Have you tried to convert some of your other currencies and stuff, Edge, down into like chaos and stuff? I've been doing that recently with like tattoos and other miscellaneous things, and I got up to almost 700 chaos so far. I think you gave me 200 yesterday. I got almost like 400 myself, 400 or 500 myself, just from converting all my stuff. For the fractures, I know you did the fractures. Did you actually do the real annuls as well? Like the actual annuls? Because like these go for 2 annuls for 9.5 or one. It's like so 19C for 2 annuls. I did that yesterday too because I got 2 annuls yesterday. You want to join the map? I'm gonna go pee really quick before we get started, and then oh shit, I missed my other chat. I'm so sorry, Masamoto, or whatever your name is. I was so focused on what I was doing. Super sorry. If you're still there chatting, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, bro. I feel like such a dick. I was chatting with you, with fucking Twitch the whole time, having a conversation, and I was indirectly answering you, but you were answering me, and I didn't see it. I have to go pee. I'll get back and I'll directly talk to you in a second. Give me a second. I mean, you could be an either or if you want. Now that my problem is I use that for VODs mostly. And yeah, I don't mind chatting with people there, and I like chatting with people, and I enjoy people that come and hang out there. A little bit more than obviously people chatting in Twitch, but it's just I never barely anybody comes in there and chats, so I kind of mentally forget to check the chat often. But if you want to join the Twitch chat, I'll give you that. It is this. But yeah, I just feel bad because like normally I'm pretty good about chatting, but I would say I'm pretty good at chatting when it comes to Twitch. Comes to anything else, like I said, it's kind of like a secondary thought because it's not that I don't get very many people that interact with me other other places other than chat or other than Twitch. So it's one of those shit. I fucked up. I feel bad. So like I said, my bad. But I do appreciate you responding up there. I was reading through what you were saying. So you were giving me like the answers that I was asking for. You know, it's like roughly 20C per map, roughly, per like the harvest that I was getting without the life force scarab. So in theory, like, I'm netting positive no matter what, like you were saying. No matter how we look at it, if I get 20C from like a worst case scenario harvest, and I spend 2C on a scarab, then I'm netting 18 profit or more. It's giving me it's going to give me an extra 20C, and I'm spending. Oh, ow! I died. I was trying to do something. You're here now. All right, sounds good. Appreciate it. I don't know why I wanted to call you Masamoto. I've been watching the new Baki series, and that name's kind of just like stuck in my head now. All right, let's try this again. Hopefully I won't stand still like an idiot. Ouch. Oh, I hate the crabs. That's the problem. Okay, that's what killed me. I didn't realize it was crabs. Crabs are bad, okay? These little fuckers, they hurt. I wonder if it's the mods on the map that's making them hurt so much. What up, Nem? I mean, I guess the biggest change happened this league actually. Nem, was they changed the mapping system. So I don't remember if you I don't know how long it's been since you played, but do you remember back in the day they used to have quadrants in the map, and then they changed it from quadrants to just an overall generalistic large map that kind of spiders from the bottom all the way up? Well, they changed it back to quadrants. They changed how you get the stones, the 4 stones. So now you have to work your way to the end of a quadrant, do the method, to then get the stone. And then once you get that, it turns that quadrant into +6 T16s. But it gives you extra bonuses in the quadrant plus the map. And then you do the same thing with each quadrant to get each quadrant to T16s. And then it also has things locked behind these things. So you can't do a Valdo's unless you've gotten to this point, you've completed this, right? You can't do the Reliquary unless you kill Maven. So there's some things locked behind certain things. Like you can't do the Seething unless you've completed Siege. I don't think the passive tree has changed much except for Scion. So, do you remember the Arcea League or whatever it was called? They changed the Ascendant to be similar to the Fancy League or whatever you want to call it, the Phantom League or whatever. So now, instead of it being this, it's now this. So what happens is now you come over here, it's an armor display. So you get to pick one of the unique armors that is on this place, right? So you can do, you know, elemental elements, chance to avoid elemental ailments, grants ravenous, you know, movement speed, unaffected by poison, recoup damage, whatever. And then you can go top path or bottom path. You can't go both, but you can go one way or the other. And the top path has caster stuff, bottom one has like melee weapon stuff, and then the end one has jewelry stuff. And every league they're going to change this. So it's not going to be the same items in every single league. They're going to change this every league if they decide to keep it. Other than that, they haven't really changed a whole lot. They did change some ascendancies. Like, for example, this league, they changed the explode node. So instead of being 500% of the maximum life as fire, at a 5% chance, it's now a 10% chance with 250% damage. And it's an insane, nice change. It's really, really nice. From D2 to POE 1? Ah, gotcha. Like I said, I think the main difference this league is they got rid of Awakened gems and they added some new Superior gems. They did do a few changes on the tree, but nothing particular. I mean, I think they revamped some like unpopular ascendancies. So like I said, they redid this one. They changed a couple things over here. A couple of the other ones got like minor changes and stuff. Like not that long ago, this got changed to being a +2 instead of a +1, and having a second one that was a +1. So I put it to a +2 a while back. They revamped, I think it was Saboteur they revamped, and I think it was Warden or something over here. I mean, playing Duelist is fine. Duelist is pretty good. You got Champion for like Impales, Fortify builds, stuff like that. Guaranteed, you know, you don't have to run Accuracy or Resolute Techniques as a champion, or you can go Slayer for Overleech and Overkill, or you can go Block with Glad with Bleed builds. Likes a lot of Shield Bash. Interesting. I mean, Glad probably wouldn't be too terrible, because you get a lot of block nodes and stuff, and then you get retaliation skills and stuff, but that's not really like shield bashing. But I mean, you could go retaliation builds, you could do bleed builds, you can just dual wield in general. I personally like Champion personally, because I like doing Medal of Master for Impales, because Impales is physical damage, and for every time you impale something, it what does it do? So let's say you hit for 1,000, it'll take that 1,000 hit and be like, okay, I hit for 1,000, now we're going to apply percentage of that to the next hit for the next X amount of hits. So it kind of ramps up your damage pretty hard if you don't insta-give something. So it's really good for boss killing. The impales are really cool. Like I said, you can take advantage of this. So taunt on hit, and then taunted ones deal less damage and they can't evade attacks, which means you have a 100% hit chance. You can also guarantee getting fortification, which is really nice, because if you have fortification, you have less damage taken, but you can also get attack speed and damage from it. A lot of cool stuff here. Arc Totems. Nah, I mean, I would say Arc Totems is relatively not meta, but there is a new totem. What is it? Kinetic Facade or Fallacy, or yeah. You can still do the same exact thing you did before, but instead of it being arc, you run the new skill, and there's a little bit of math involved, because you need to have skill what is it called? Not skill effect. Yeah, it's like skill effect duration needs to be really high, so the skill like almost instantaneously casts. Because so the way the skill works is you cast it, and then after a certain amount of duration of the skill, when the skill is about to run out of duration, it shoots the projectile out. So if you recast the skill before the projectiles shoot, it just resummons them and they never actually attack. Interesting. I don't know why I'm dying right now. I'm just chatting. But long story short, you get a bunch of skill effect duration reductions, and then you can get some attack speed. Just like I said, if you attack before the duration is up, you won't actually... Why won't these things fucking die? Why won't they die? Not a single one has died. What the fuck? Like, holy fuck, just fucking die. I can't frost blink, I can't shield charge, like, do something. Look, Edge, go in there and kill that before I fucking punch a hole in my monitor. I'm gonna fucking snap. They're like immune to fire or something. They won't fucking die. God, I fucking hate the purple ones. Purple ones are so fucking irritating. Just go in there and kick that thing's ass. If you can, just don't stop fucking moving. Because they're throwing projectiles that are hitting like a fucking truck. And it's pissing me the fuck off. Thank you. Holy absolute fucking cockballs. Pissing me off. Jesus. I fucking hate the red ones, man. Yeah, Farm and Harvest, I don't normally have any problems, but I don't know what it was about that group. But it's like they had, like, fire reduction. For some apparent reason. And then the specific mob just kept throwing a projectile at me, so anytime I tried to stop, it would kill me. So it's like the bane of my fucking existence. God. And that's the biggest problem I have with PoE is like, you'll be doing fine, you'll be doing great, you'll be speedrunning maps, you won't die for like, I don't know, a couple 100 hours, and then you get into one map and you like 6 portal it out of nowhere. It's just like, why the fuck did I just 6 portal this? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Well, there's no real sneaky in this game. There's not like a stealth skill. There's not like a ambush or anything like that. I would say the closest thing you're gonna get to quote unquote feeling like you're sneaky is like an ambush type of skill, which would be Flicker Strike. And you can 100% play Flicker Strike. Flicker Strike is insane. Pretty insane. So if that's what you're like into, then maybe try Flicker. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where the fuck is this guy? Jesus. I can't wait to get back on beach. I just want to get a seer. Dumb question. Matt, do you know off the top of your head, because Pip went to bed, he would know. Can I actually spawn a seer if the map isn't defaulted as a T16? Like if I don't have the Voidstone in the zone? Can it even drop a seer? I mean, I'm running it as a T16 with the new stone. Like with the new like map system or whatever. But it's not actually like organically a T16. Okay, that's what I was wondering. I haven't done it yet, so everywhere I've ever spawned a seer has been in a Voidstone area. I wasn't sure if you could or couldn't. Okay. I mean, yeah, you could always play like Icicle Mines or Ice Trap or something like that. When I think sneaky, I think rogue, right? I think I'm stealth, I'm gonna sap somebody, you know, I'm gonna stab him in the back. Shadow step ambush, like that's what I'm thinking whenever I think sneaky, right? Trying to be like not noticed. Did I miss? I see a hand way over in the distance of this. We got 3 hands. Okay, I'm down. And like I said, the closest thing you can get to stealth in this game is phasing. And phasing isn't really stealth. It does hinder your visibility to mobs, but it doesn't actually make you invisible. This boss walk his way over here so I can get a pop on him. I was trying to walk him over to the mobs. Usually what I do with these guys, Edge, is I walk them over to where the mobs are spawning, and then I kill them over where the mobs are. Or kill the mobs around them. Just fighting them like a man just doesn't work. Here, take this. I don't want it. Dual sword. I mean, dual strike's pretty cool. Double strike's pretty cool. They're all mostly single target skills. You can do cyclone. Cyclone's pretty insane. I personally wouldn't. I mean, I don't know how good you could do cyclone. I don't know how, like, there's other more effective ways to play cyclone. It just, I would say, are you looking for like a meta build, or are you just looking for something that you would enjoy that seems fun to you, right? Because if that's the case, don't worry so much about what skill it is, or like look at what skill it is rather than how strong it is. Does that make sense? Like, don't care. It's like, is it good? Is it bad? It's like, do you enjoy looking at it? Is it fun to play? Yeah. So that's my question to you. So if you want to run with dual wield, right? Is there a skill you like, right? When we say dual wield, you want like dual wield melee weapons? Is that what you're looking for? Specifically? Oh, we got Mirage here too. So if you're looking for dual wielding melee weapons, I mean, it does narrow it down a little bit, but there's a lot of skills. I don't know what kind of skills you like personally. So if you can give me some examples of builds that you find really fun, maybe in Path of Exiles 2, or in D2, or in any other ARPG, or even an MMORPG, like, give me some examples, and we can kind of get an idea of like your playstyle, of what you enjoy, like aesthetically, fun-wise. We could try to find you a build that caters to that. That's the nice thing about Path of Exiles 1, is since it's so complex and there's so much to it, the versatility and the creativity of builds is almost endless. And not saying that the build will be good, like efficiently speaking, like it won't have as much damage as other builds, it might not have as much survivability, but as long as it's fun is all that matters, right? As long as it's something that you enjoy playing, you'll play the game. And that's all we're shooting for here. We're not shooting for what's the best in the world. We're not shooting for what's going to give you like the most niche meta, highest DPS possible. We're looking for something that you're going to have fun playing and enjoy playing the game. And as long as you're enjoying playing the game, you'll play the game longer as long as you're having fun than you would have if you were playing something meta you dislike. That's kind of the goal here. You want to pop that edge? Ow, 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 ow. Almost died. And then when we get out of this map, we'll try and see if we can find something for you. No! Something has Soul Eater! And I don't want to get it! I'm gonna die! This thing has Soul Eater! It's bullshit! Oh, it's not Soul Eater, it's Haste or Enrage or something. I don't like it! I don't like it! I don't like it! I need a pop! I need a pop! Oh, I almost killed myself! Oh, killed it. Whew. But yeah, the main difference, like I said, it's the maps, right? So they changed it back to a quadrant system, but the other thing they changed is they made it more like PoE 2 when it comes to obtaining maps. So back in the day, when it came to obtaining maps, remember you had to like, oh, if you wanted to run beach, you had to find a beach map. If you wanted to run silo, you had to find a silo map. Well, now they just give you a tablet. That's like a tier of a map. It's like, oh, a tier 16 tablet, and you can run it on any map you want. as long as you hit the bare minimum requirement for that map. So for example, if you wanted to run beach, I think the bare minimum requirement is like a tier 7, right? So you can't run it as a T6 or lower, but if you wanted to run as a T7 or higher, you can. So if you have T8 maps or T10 maps and you want to go and run beach, you can run beach, but you can't run like anything, you know, you have to have the same level or higher requirement when it comes to the maps. It's pretty fun. Makes that a little easier, but like I said, the other changes with the quadrants kind of, I don't know, I feel like it kind of overshadows the that niceness, because it's like it requires you to do certain things that aren't as fun. I feel like I didn't get that much life force from that one. All right, we need to do that. All right, I need to do this this Poor Joys. I haven't done this map yet. Oh yeah. I wanted to catch up on these things. Okay. Oh yeah. So what I was asking them was, we need to find a skill, right, that you would like. So we narrowed it down to, you want to dual wield with melee weapons. That's fine. But I need to know, like, in other, like, PoE 2, Last Epoch, you know, Diablo, doesn't matter what AARPG or even MMORPG, what abilities and skills do you gravitate towards that are fun and enjoyable to you, so we can kind of find a skill that works for you, right? Because like I have a few in mind, but I need to know like what you gravitate towards that you find fun, so I can kind of pick a skill that I think would suit you. All right, Edge, I'm gonna do this Poor Joys really quick if you want to join. Yeah, if you wanna, if you don't want to just stay AFK, like if you're like just bored out of your mind, you can always kind of run in the same areas I ran in if you want, and like loot chests and stuff, or any of the items I leave behind. Or free to do any of that. I mean, you can even help a little bit if you want. I don't really care all that much. Just kind of just chilling and chatting, you know. Fine, like I said, if you're AFK and you're doing other things, like, hey, I don't care. I'm you know, benefiting from the 50% you're in here. And yeah, it makes them harder, but more currency is more currency, you know? Beneficial, so. Oh, another thing that they added was another thing from PoE 2 was a trader. So now, instead of like putting things up for, you know, sale via, you know, hey, I have to put it in my tab, I have to, you know, blah 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 blah, and people like whisper me, and then I have to invite them, and then I have to trade them. Well, now there's an actual trader that you put the items in there, you list it for a price, someone shows up and buys it from the NPC in your hideout, so you don't even have to interact with them anymore. It's super nice. Means people can buy items that are offline, things like that. The super huge quality of life that they finally added. Only took them fucking 10 years. Yeah, you can play Meteor. I mean, I wouldn't call it Meteor Strike, but yeah. Firestorm of Meteor? That thing's insane. You can walk around and just cast Firestorm everywhere. You know, low key, the build I'm putting together, Sad Ice Cream, It's technically an RF build, but it takes advantage of Firestorm and a cast on stun version. It's not a big meteor, it's the small pelting one, so it attacks a bunch of small little things. But it kind of in the same premise. Every time I get hit, I get stunned and it auto casts Firestorm, and it blankets the screen with a bunch of fireballs falling from the sky, like raining like bullets. And it applies ignites, and it just kind of wrecks stuff. Like that, there's so much creativity with builds in this game, it's wild. And that's what makes the game so enjoyable and so fun for most people. It's like, you find something you like and you can make it work. There's a way to make it work. There's always a way to make it actually viable to do what you want to do. Now, I'm not saying that it might not be the best, right? Maybe it caps out somewhere around, you know, a couple million damage versus another build that might hit like 1 billion damage, right? So, I mean, yeah, min-max wise, it's not a meta build per se, but it still could be fun. You can still enjoy it, have a good time. That's all that really truly matters. This map is fucking rippy. That's why I've never really liked the Poor Joys. Good XP, usually. God, it's so rippy. Oh. Yep, saw that coming. I couldn't frostblank. I was more focused on why the fuck the mob wasn't taking any damage than I was on like where I was positioned. That was bad. Yeah, that mob just wasn't taking any damage. I don't know why. The HP wasn't moving like at all. Yeah, these boob ladies, these no shirt having ass ladies, yeah, they suck. They start shooting bullets out their boobs, and it's game over. I think some of these guys are fire immune. Or resistant, I should say. Templar is pretty solid for anything elemental based. You can also play Templar the same way I'm playing this character. It's just played differently. So Ice Cream, I need, like, to help you, I need information. I need to know like what you gravitate towards, what you're looking for, what you like maybe from other games, or what you're interested in trying. Like, I need to know, like, I know before you made a comment that you wanted to do damage and be tanky, and it's really hard to do both. Like, you kind of have, you can't like have everything. Oh, that's why he's an elite, right? So in order to get damage, you have to sacrifice survivability. In order to get survivability, you typically have to give up damage, right? You can't typically have both, but you can kind of, some builds have ways of getting both at the same time. They're just kind of niche. So I don't have a problem with helping you. I just need more information so we can gravitate you towards a build that you might actually enjoy playing. You can have some fun, right? That's the goal, right? Typically, 9 times out of 10, whenever I'm talking to a brand new player and they want something easy to get into the game, to learn the game, I always recommend the build on play. And the reason why is because this build is hands down one of the easiest builds to play. Takes very little effort, is very tanky, and can do a lot of damage. Now, it's not, and what I mean by a lot of damage is relative, obviously, right? As you can tell, it's like, it clears these maps pretty easy, and I do die every once in a while, but that's because I haven't upgraded any of my gear. I literally still have on leveling gear from when I was level like 20. I have yet to upgrade any of my gear, right? So that's just on me. If I was actually to spend some currency and to level up my gear, my character would be much stronger, and you know, I wouldn't die as much. But I always recommend this build just because, like, most people that come in, they don't know the game, so they don't know how to map, they don't know how to scale characters, they don't know how to play the game, they don't know what's to be expected, they know nothing. So if I give them a very easy noob friendly build that doesn't take like a lot of clicking, it doesn't take a lot of like movement, doesn't take a whole lot of anything, I'm done with this map because I just randomly died while cross blinking. It's just a very easy noob friendly build, right? Oh, my hardest scarabs aren't in there. Interesting. Thought I put them in. All right. I don't know why I have this. Okay. So let's pull up another 16, and then we're gonna catch up on chat a bit. Oh, minus 12. All right, we're just gonna. I don't want to deal with it. All right, we'll do that. All right. So let me catch up on what we're saying. Nem, whenever you get a chance, let me know the answer, man. I'm here to help. I'm here to give you answers. I'm here to try and guide you in the right direction. I just need to know what you gravitate towards so we can pick you a skill, put you on the right path, right? All right, so I don't know what level are you right now. Sand, can you do me a favor? Can you go to pathexiles.com and can you log in, right, to the account and give me this name at the top? And then while you're doing that, click on the name. And then I need you to go down to... Where'd it go? I always forget where this is at. Hold on, give me a second. Oh, let me find it really quick. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, I need the name, but then once you click on the name, click on the right side. On the right side here, click on manage account. I'm going to do it off stream because it pulls up some information. And then go to the privacy tab right here. And I need you to uncheck set private profile as private and hide character tab. If you do that for me, I can pull your character up and see where you're at. I can see your level, I can see your talent tree, I can see the gear you have, and we can kind of guide you in the right direction a little bit easier. While we're doing that, I will show you what Firestorm Meteor Nuke everything.
So AI is transforming customer service. That's obvious. We know that.
Okay.
The leader in the category.
All right.
All right. So this is a Templar, right? I'm not going to actually show you the build or anything. I'm just going to show you the gameplay, right? Mother fucking ads, bro. Everywhere. But this is the gist of the build, right? You can obviously scale this up significantly. Multi-projectiles, you know, tons of other different things. So you can get multiples of them jumping around. But this guy's leveling. He's level 49. He hasn't scaled the build up yet, but he's just getting through the campaign. And he's just dropping meteors on people. Super simple. If this is something that appeals to you, this is what we could like gravitate you towards. There's an ad going on. Let me know if you guys are in the ad and then when you guys are back. We can continue chatting about it. All right, done with that map, Edge, if you want to jump out. I don't think I'm ever going to love... You know, I was so confident that I was going to hit 100 this league. And I got to 93. Now I just can't stop buying. I'm sad about it. Not going to lie. I was so confident. Bro, I was cruising all the way to 92. like I barely died. I was just like level, like boom. I was just like cruising, and then I just fucking got fucking dicked on around level 92, and I just keep dying. Bro, I just keep getting fucking absolutely dick punched by those mobs and like surround me like that. Getting pissed. $32 crowns, let's go, mate. I hope you're not in an ad, mate. You're not in an ad? Hell yeah, okay. Yeah, man, 32 crowns is pretty good. I think I'm at like 36 right now. But I haven't put any gaming effort in since the things popped up. Since the weekly change. I did a little bit last night. I'm working on, you know, leveling up all of my pallets to get more pallet luck. I'm at like 3.3 speed with pallets on. Jesus, that guy's fucking me. Alright, hold on kill. Got to stack decks. Coins, baby. We're gonna get gold. Oh my. Oh. Oh. Can you leave and then drop me a portal outside, please? I walked up and just got instantly deleted. Like, I'm getting so fucking mad. Oh, a little late. Fine. I haven't died this much in so fucking long. Oh, coin of power. Yo, we're rich. We're rich. I mean, I know why I'm dying right now. The last couple maps, I know what's killing me, and I'm just, it's a gear problem. It's literally a gear issue. It's crits. These mobs have increased crit chance and multiplier, so they're just critting and killing me. I don't have crit reduction, so 5.9 seconds. Well, I leveled up my squirrel quite a lot. My squirrel's at like 550% or something. And then my pallet speeds are roughly around 3,000. Well, not 3,000, but it's like 1 out of 3,000 or something. I don't know what that actually equates to at level. I didn't look. And then I leveled up the actual fertilization thing. I think it's like over 800. Come on, boss. Come on, boss. Ouch. Ouch. Come on, boss. I want you to get over here where these mobs are. Thank you. Bro, the arm! The arm! It fell over there! I'm gonna fucking lose my mind! I can't take it, dude. I can't fucking take it. I had 50% HP, and I had been fighting for 50% HP for like 3 days. And I walk in and just insta die. I'm so mad. 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 I'm not going back in there. Have fun. You can clear it. I'm going somewhere else. I want my harvest. If I can even make it to my fucking harvest. I might die here. Oh god, that's close. I need the full name, Cream. So, I'll show you really quick. So when you go to POE, you got to give me the full name. I need the name plus the pound sign and the numbers. And then on the right side, when you log in at your main screen, you'll see manage account. Click on that and then go to the privacy tab. Let me know when you've done that, and then we'll move on. I haven't even looked at the vault, if I'm being honest. Like, I haven't looked at the vault in so long. I think we just suck it. I just don't make any... I don't make any, money. Like, the amount of money I make is so minimal. Sorry, Edge. I'm looking for my harvest since there's no portals left. Because that's what I care about right now. I want my harvest. I want my life force so I can make my money. I've died so many fucking times from like one shots and shit. I'm just trying to get my money out of this one really quick. Ambush Scarab. That's actually, that could be pretty good. I can't do anything. Oh my god. Almost died again. Couldn't shield charge, couldn't frostblink. I panicked. Oh, I panicked so hard right there. Oh, I panicked. Oh, my stomach was in my ass for a second. I was super worried. Sorry, I'm trying to focus a little bit, guys, because I try not to die again. Oh. Now that I'm in a safe spot. So, give me the full name. So I need the name that you gave me, which was VCX, blah, 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 but I need the pound sign plus the 4 numbers. And then, like I said, uncheck this box here and uncheck hide character tab. This way I can pull your character up and your information on Path of Building, and I can show you some stuff. Or, like, look into it. Go away. Once you give me that, we can talk a little bit more. And I was trying to show you a Firestorm build that you might be interested in, because I think this is what you were asking about, right? I know, I saw the pictures you sent earlier, Topher, and they looked pretty insane. I just didn't really, like, dive into it. Yeah, dude, you hit 900 on his squirrel fit. But yeah, mate, just so you're, like, you understand, I have almost 550 on squirrel, right? My fertilization is at 892. And then my pallet is at 44 here and 62 here. So that's where I'm getting all my speed. Anyway. Did you figure all that out? Ice cream? I'm so fucking terrified of this map. I'm actually scared of this map. This map is terrifying. I don't know what's attacking me, but I can't stop moving. I can't stop moving. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's fucking scary. I fucking hate the purple ones, honestly. Like I said, they're like fire-based ones or whatever, and they typically are harder for me to kill for some apparent reason. and they're not worth as much. So I typically just despise the orange one, the purple ones. It's fine, it's fine. I'll show you one more time. So at the top of your Path of Exiles, after you logged in, you'll see your name, right? Your account that you log, you know, not the account that you log in with, but it's just the name. It's like the name you gave me, but it has a pound sign and then 4 numbers after it. That work. Thank you. There you go. There you go. There you go. And did you go to the account privacy settings and turn off the 2 checkboxes I said? The one for hiding the character and the one at the top that says like private profile or whatever. You have to turn both of those off for me to actually pull it up. Alright, if you want to do anything else in this map, Edge, you're more than welcome to. I'm leaving. This map already killed me 5 times. Map can suck it. But we did get a red coin. I think I'm gonna sell it. Edge is gonna come to this computer and slap me. I know it. I know he's gonna do it. I know he's gonna do it. He's 100% gonna slap me. I know you're gonna slap me. I just don't. Is that right here? Yeah. Coin of power. 160, bro. I can't gamble a red gem. I can't. I just can't do it. Like the blue coins are 86. That's still quite a bit. I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of a bit. But like 80 C for this one too. Like, bro, I just would rather sell them. It would so much rather just sell them. I just can't think of a red gem that I would need on anything except for like life tap. I don't need the character name. And I don't need the character name. Let me sell this. Hold on. What I need is after you, so you gave me the account name, which is up here. Go to manage account on the right side of your screen once you're in here, right? And then go to privacy and then uncheck this box for set profile as private and uncheck hide character tab. If both of those are unchecked, I can pull up your character. How's it going, Bazaar? Welcome in. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Hope you're doing well. If that's done, I mean, you don't have to worry about it. But if it's not done, then it matters, right? Because when I go in here and I import your name, if it can't pull anything up, then that's why. Okay, so it's working. Okay, so we're good. So you are currently level 22. So you're obviously very low level, so you're gonna die, right? At this level, it's all about just picking up gear and trying to do your best to get some stats, right? All right. Just working on holy hammers. Is that fun? It looked cool. All right, so first things first, you don't need to take both of these. This kind of feels like a waste. Same thing with this. You don't need to take both of these. And then you went with mana and life regen. I feel like that's really bad early game, but scales okay late game for things. Power charge unnecessary for early game because you don't have any way to generate them. And then armor, max energy shield. This is not a bad node, and this is not a bad node. Just the way you went about doing this is bad. Okay, so it looks like you're playing Holy Strike, which is a new skill. Okay, let's look at what you got first. So in your helmet, you have Holy Strike, Summon Holy Relic. Interesting. Ancestral Call. So okay, Flame Dash for movement, Rolling Magma. I don't know why you have that. Added fire is in its gloves by itself. Blazing Salvo. Okay, so I'm assuming you know nothing about this game. Literally nothing. And I'm assuming this is the first time you've ever played, right? Am I right about that? Somewhat right about that? Because you do have characters, which is interesting. This character looks right. Looks like you did good here. I mean, other than going the back way here. I mean, unless you needed that, then that makes sense, but... Like, this doesn't look terrible. This at least looks somewhat representative of an actual build. And then you got this jug. Once again, this looks like a reasonable build. You pathed well-ish. Like, I mean, unless you followed a build to the T and this is why it's pathed somewhat well, then you did well in the beginning and now you don't know what you're doing. Right? So, with that in mind, you do know how to play the game slightly. So I'm not gonna baby you that much. One thing I would say is like this looks terrible, so I'm assuming you're not following a build guide right now, and that's why like it looks like this. The reason I was asking though is because your skills are all over the place. Like I was kind of curious, why do you have added fire just in a random pair of gloves, not linked to anything, not attached to anything, because it's doing nothing for you. It's just sitting there and leveling, which is fine. If you put it there to level, that's perfectly acceptable. But I was just kind of curious. Same thing, you have Blazing Salvo, which is one spell, but then you have Holy Strike, another skill with Summon Holy Relic for some sort of sustain. You got movement skill, and then you got another attack skill, and then a movement skill. So you have 2 movement skills, you have 3 attack skills. Like, it seems a little all over the place. And then you have another random support gem in another random place. So none of this makes sense. And then you got a scepter, which is fine for Ellie damage. You got white buckler, a random white helmet. If you're using it for colors, that's fine. You should at least transmute it or force craft something onto it. You got a pair of gloves, dealing frenzy charges and stuff. Okay, conduit. You got some yellows. You got a mana regen Abby. The iron ring, coral ring. Okay, I'm all damage with attacks. Pretty good if you actually are doing an Ellie attack. So none of this looks too terrible. I mean, I feel like the main reason you're dying is just your bad positioning. So you're dying because you're probably getting like ranged attacked, you're probably getting swarmed, and you're getting body blocked and maybe mini stunned and stuff, so you're not moving enough. You don't have enough attack speed or cast speed for whatever ability you're using. And then overall, like 600 life is pretty good at level 20. Or yeah, 22. I feel like that's pretty good life because you did pick up this life wheel. Pretty good. And then you have like this as well. So like you're getting a decent amount of life through here. Your life regen is really low, but you do have Summon Holy Relic, which does heal you for a little bit whenever you attack, basically. So, I mean, that's helpful. Still relatively low, but pretty helpful. Very little armor, which is probably another reason why you're getting absolutely dick punched. So, the way I look at this is you have 2 ways of playing in the early game. You either put armor on, so you don't get mini stunned as often, and you don't die as often, or you stack damage and you avoid taking hits altogether and you kill things from range. So those are your 2 basic plays. You either build armor and defense so you don't die, or you build offense to kill them before you die. Yeah. So the best survivability tactic in this entire game is simply this. You walk, you attack, you walk, you attack, you walk, you attack, you walk, you attack. This is literally the best thing you can do for survivability. Because typically, I mean, obviously you might be able to attack longer or less depending on your attack speed, your cast speed. the enemy's attack and cast speed, your movement speed, a lot of that stuff calculates into it. But the gist of it is, when they go to attack, they stand in place and they go to attack where you're standing. If you move, their attack misses. If they shoot an arrow at you, but you move, the arrow misses, right? Same thing with fireballs and anything else. 99% of the stuff in the game does not follow. Doesn't chase you. It doesn't homing beacon to you or anything like that. So moving is your best source of survivability. So if you want to go with offense over defense, that's perfectly fine. I would suggest most likely going evasion based stuff or energy shield based stuff at that point. So I did have this video pulled up that I wanted you to see and tell me if you liked. This is Firestorm of Meteor, because you made a comment that you wanted to like meteor things. So basically you get this Firestorm skill and you call down meteors to kill things. Literally you just call down a meteor and it fucking slaps face. Right, because I need to know what skill you like, because there's so many skills. There's like 100 skills or more. So once we find a skill you like, we can kind of find a build someone's running and kind of give you generalistic, idea of like what you're looking to build towards, what's going to scale you, what's going to make you stronger. The problem with this skill is you need defense, right? You need block, you need armor, you need to be able to take a hit, because by the time you cast, you have to then wait for the meteor to come down and hit the ground. So even if you have a ton of offense, you're still waiting on that meteor to come down, so you're still going to get smacked in the face, right? But obviously the more damage you have, the faster they're going to die. Can you take one step over, you idiot? Jesus. All right. But yeah, it's a cool build, but this person has no idea what they're doing. They've never played the game, obviously. Or someone carried them before. So if this is something you're interested in, we can talk about that. It's fine. Let me know. It's pretty cool. Like I said, that could be automated as well further down the line. And whatnot. Alright, sorry about that, Edge. I'm jumping to the next map. Katava's a hard fight though. That's a fight you have to actually mechanically learn unless you're actually skilled at the game. But you're not even at Katava yet. Katava's not until Act 5. So that's from the past, I'm assuming. If you're 24, you're in Act like 2 still. Maybe Act 3? I don't remember. Why is it the purple ones always give me more? So annoying. I want blues and yellows to give me more. That yellow didn't give me a whole lot, and that purple gave me a whole bunch. Yeah, see, like, that one didn't give me a whole lot. That's sad. Yeah, because, like, Katava's one of those fights that, like, no matter how much damage you have to avoid damage, right? You have to avoid standing and stuff. You have to avoid getting hit by things because he just blankets the screen with stuff. You know, he has Fizz Dot that he puts on the ground. He does Fire Breath. He does the arm swings. He does the punches. He throws freaking barrels. Like, he does all this other stuff that you can't just face tank. Let's go do the, I'm gonna come back to that. We're gonna do the Mirage, whatever. Should just do, I should have did the other one, but I don't care that much. Oh. Are you going to bed? All right, sounds good, Tover. I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. See you. Ooh, we're gonna get dicked on Edge. Let's go. Why can't I frostblink? I can't use any of my skills. Yeah, I literally couldn't frostblink. I couldn't shield charge. This guy has so much HP though. $500, let's go. See, huge, baby, huge. Yeah, I was like, why can't I frostblink? Why can't I frostblink? I finally walked out while I was trying to frostblink, but yeah, that shit was ridiculous. Yo, we rich? We rich? We can almost afford our amulet. He got it. You gotta stand close to that mob edge or he's just gonna keep going underground over and over again. Oh, I don't want to write this one. Oh, it was nice. Yeah, ice cream. I want to help you, but I need you to answer me. Like, when I ask a question, I need you to give me some input so I can help you, you know? Like, I'm trying to find a skill to help you out. I'm trying to find an ability to, like, you know, base this off of so we can get you some, like, maybe we can get you a path of building so you can follow a tree or a guide that somebody else has put in place. So you can follow that to try and, like, you know, simplify your leveling process and stuff. These decoy totem! Decoy totem solves all. What the? Yo, can we live in this map forever? It's like almost more raw divines I've seen drop this entire league in one map. And we still haven't made it very far. Your fucking weapons were just down here smacking mobs, man. They just fucking walked off to do their own thing. I don't need to loot. Who needs the loot? Not me, not this guy. I haven't found a freaking seer yet. Can you automate the flesh offering? You don't have to actually click the button. And desecration. Can those be automated? $329 is a good roll. Actually, a really good roll. Oh my word. Hey, they've got an upgrade. Let's go. I think the life is the exact same. For the life regen, it goes from... Yeah, I get about almost 100 more life regen. That's fine. Interesting. Alright. Not getting very many map retention though. Oh, monsters extra fizz as lightning. Ugh. 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 That's gross. Wait, what are we checking? I forgot. I forgot what I even said. Yeah, I completely forgot what I asked. Oh, we hit a... Okay. I didn't realize we hit a breach. Okay. Like, where'd all these mobs come from? Oh, I got a soul eater here? That's not good. Okay, it's done. Never mind. I got a good pop ignite. How close are you to getting your void forge? Boss is in here, so we can fight the boss twice. I think this zone might also take advantage of my wildwood as long as there's less than 50 mobs. So kind of want to do it last. Yeah, we have 26 left. So, yeah, should be able to take advantage of the wild wisp thing. Oh yeah, he is wisped. He is wisped. Not the two best ones. I wish it was blue and yellow, but we got blue, which is currency. I don't know what purple does again. Isn't that rarity? Yeah. I think purple's rarity. Yellow's quantity, blue is currency, and I think purple was rarity, if I remember correctly. The only problem with this map is since I don't want to backtrack to the boss, I can't take advantage of the wisps. Because the boss is always somewhere in the middle and there's always more than 50 mobs left by the time you run into him usually. That's why I want to scry it, the beach. Because we can always take advantage of the wisps and beach. And the beach is an open map, so a lot easier to just speed run through it. I mean, the corridors are great for your build though. That's the problem, is like smaller corridors is great for your build because all your minions just run right into the gap and just kind of dogpile on everything. But in open maps, they kind of have to spread out more. I feel like they struggle a little bit more. Hey, why don't you go the other way? You're on my side. It's my side of the street. Come on. Another lavish, nice. Oh, I got a lavish too. I'm not getting nearly enough blood to actually open all of them. I'm kind of sad. I get more lavishes than I do blood. So in order for me to actually open them all up, I'll have to run hives with you. specifically. Like, what I'm thinking, Edge, is, I mean, it might not be really worth it, but what if we just took lower tier maps just to spawn in and to do the hives? That's what I'm saying. Like, we run your trees, but like instead of like running like an 8 mod juiced ass map, blah blah blah, for those, why don't we just go in with like a white fucking basic bitch ass, you know, map, like a tier 14 or something, and just do the hives for like the 3,000-4,000, and don't give a shit if we, you know, do anything else. It's all about just getting the hive. Like, if there's not a hive, just kind of like, because obviously we're gonna kill a lot of mobs running around the map anyway, and we'll get map returns to a point. But it's mostly about just finding the hives. Like, if it's just a hand grasp, you know, go. But it's about getting those hives and getting that 3,000-4,000 blood quickly, over and over again, just to farm blood, so we can open up gifts after we farmed a bunch of gifts, obviously, right? I don't know what I'm wondering. Can you, for the love of God? Oh, he has regen. No wonder he's taking fucking forever to die. I'm like, bro, this motherfucker won't die. Yeah, all those little mobs. So one problem I have with the blue one every once in a while is certain mobs, they have little zappy zaps, and they tend to hurt. Oh, I can't wait to make the change to cast on stun. It's gonna be so good. It's just the problem I'm running into is like, I need to get the Defiance of Destiny first. Then I need to farm for the Blood Notch, and the rest of it I can get in lesser forms. The rest of it's relatively cheap. I already have a ring that I can use. The other gem, can't remember what it's called, the Brute or whatever it's called. That one's ridiculously cheap because it doesn't matter what I get on that one. Like, none of the other stuff truly matters, so it's fast. Yeah. Oh, it's so funny. Like, I'm still just baffled by that. Like, I get it. If it works with it, it works with it. They're not gonna like be like, well, no one would ever use this, so we're not gonna put it in the pool that it could roll, because that's too much work. Having to go through every single gym in the game and saying, oh, no one would actually want this gym supported to it, right? And then just not allowing it to support it. So it makes sense. If it can support it, it can support it. They already have that mechanic, like that system in the game that says if it works or doesn't work with a gym. So I mean, I'm not mad about it. It's just I wasn't expecting it because I never thought about it. I was like, wait, that could actually roll? Like, I was kind of pissed about it, but at the same time, I could kind of like justify it. Yeah, but the thing is, like, the tags are right and wrong, right? So RF, right? The Val version of RF Edge has a duration tag on it, but Swift Affliction doesn't work with it, even though it has a duration tag. You know what I'm saying? Right? Do I have the do we have the Val RF still? Yeah. So here's the Val RF, right? Val RF has the duration tag, right? But if I look at this, oh wait, it does. Hold on. Let me take off this. Yeah, see, now it doesn't work. Even though the gem itself has a duration tag, and this is a support duration, it doesn't work. Now, this is completely, like, this is different than, you know, the infusions, obviously, but I'm just saying, it's not purely based off of tag to tag ratio. There's some other background mechanics to it. Maybe it goes off of the base gem that it works off of. I don't know, but it's spell AoE fire, which still begs the question: if it's spell AoE and fire, why does Ellie focus work? Because it just says support, and it just says elemental focus. There's no tag with this gem. Lavish, lavish, and lavish. I have enough. Let me go open up some tree stuff. I got another penny. In for a penny, in for a pound. But yeah, it's just, I was not expecting that at all. That just, yeah, it kind of came out of left field for me. It just didn't make sense. All right, let's run the next one. Was there something we wanted to do before the next one? I can't remember. I don't think so, right? Still just looking for a seer so we can move these freaking cards over. Because the cards on the beach aren't bad. They're just not as good. They're not great. We have a delirium in this map. Just an FYI. Okay, got a big dagger spawn. The mob just ran past me, so I just let him go. You can kill him on your way through. They literally just charged right past me and just kept going. So I'm just like, I'm not backtracking for him if they're just gonna run past me. Guess we got a map return now. Only a 14, but at least it's something. We might actually be able to use that cluster. Oh, this one sucks. He's on comp. Trying to get him to move a little bit. He might have moved just enough, but I don't know. At least we're out damaging it. That's all that matters, I guess. Desinking, desinking. Gotta love the shield charge desync. Super fun, it's what I always wanted in a game. Yeah, maps like this kind of suck for hand breaches because if it's in a certain spot and it like sends mobs to like a different part, you have to like wrap all the way around to the other side just to get to the mobs, and it's like so time consuming sometimes. Like this map isn't as bad, but Necropolis was really bad. I had a lot of problems with Necropolis. Edge, is it bad that I kind of want to wear the gloves that your anime guardian's wearing when I'm in a party? Because if everybody, like, if you, let's say you're in a big party, right? Like, let's say you're in a 6-man party and you're not a damage dealer. You're like, maybe you're playing like Aura bot or First bot or something generic. Like, you know, you're not really doing much of anything. You're just trying to support the team. Wearing those gloves alone is such an insane boom to the group, because no matter who gets the kill, if it just explodes the screen, no matter who's getting the kill. And see, is that all it is? I'm tempted. I'm tempted to put it on temporarily just to try it. Just to see if we can get some big booms from you clearing the map. Could you imagine? That could be insane. Purely just for, like, group play. I think the gloves are bad, but I also think that, like, if you're in a group and you're not really doing the carrying, and the only thing you're relying upon is your big booms anyway, I think it has a place. No, imagine only do gamba gamba gamba. Yeah, because like a lot of this time, like, you're getting all the kills. I'm not getting the kills, so we're not getting booms. Could you imagine running this, your mob getting a kill and the whole screen exploding? Because you're doing way more damage than me, so you get the kills 99% of the time. If the whole screen just blew up every time one of your mobs got a kill, that would be wild. I don't want to try it. I'm just worried that I'd have to like take some gems off and stuff, because I'm gonna lose some decks and some stats and stuff. Not too big of a deal. I am sad that I'm gonna eventually have to buy and or farm ignite tattoos to get to 100%. Even if I was to get ignite chance on my scepter, like we were talking about, for a ridiculous sum of money, it still wouldn't be enough ignite chance to cap me out. So I need 35, and that only gives like 14. Okay, I just desync because you shield charged me. That's so weird. Like, you actually shield charged into me, Edge, and it pushed my character. Not only did it block me, it actually pushed me. Like, the game's fucking trolling. Like, what kind of bullshit's that? Like, that's a bullshit. It actually pushed me. That's a bullshit. Not only did it body block me, but it actually pushed me. Oh my god. But anyway, Edge, how are you liking your build now that we got you the shield? Are you juicing happy? Like, I know we said it was like a 9-day difference yesterday, but are you super happy about it? I mean, we can obviously make it better, right? We can get you the Crimson Jewel, so you can like block cap, get to 75-75. We could also do like maybe some anoints or something to get you a little bit extra. Can't fucking shield charge because just keep hitting walls. What killed me? Oh, that's bullshit. I'm trying to read. Fuck you, game. Once again, it's like, oh, you're at 50% XP. All right, time to start dying again. Fuck you trolly ass. Fucking shield charge. Jesus Christ. All right, so we got a cluster jewel. And fucking shrine that I was trying to fucking read. Oh my god, there's a mob around here. He's just fucking ice blocking me. Jewelers. Whatever. What's the what was the 8 socket cluster? It bonged like it was a good one. Combos with cleave? What do you mean by combo? Are you talking about like an ailment? Like bleed or ignite? Like, are you talking about like something like that? Like, what exactly are we talking about when you say combo? Almost died. Holy hell. He's on conch, bro. He's on conch. He's on the conch, bro. We gotta move him. We gotta move him. Can we move him up here? Yeah. There we go. Jesus. Where'd he go? Nope. He found cock again. He found cock again. Jesus Christ. Fuck that boss, bro. Another tower. That's 2 towers this league. What the fuck did I just pick up? Oh, I don't want that shit. I mean, low key, Nem, when I think melee builds, I think you either go really slow slam build with big bleed, or you go with something that stacks like poison. Like, if it was me, when it comes to cleave specifically, it's kind of a fast attack, right? I probably would personally lean towards possibly converting it to chaos and trying to maybe stack poison. All right, rolled 100 mana. That's actually pretty insane. I don't know if that's worth anything. Lucy, maybe. Not really worth it. What about Colt Point? I can pull up some builds and I can show you what we got. It's only 1 seat. Bro. We might be able to tinker with this. Edge, if you wanna gambit anything, you can Probably Gambit this. It's not the best one because it's area damage. It's better off as fire damage. But if you want to Gambit some stuff, you can Gambit on that if you want. Alright, Alright, let me pull up Cleave really quick and just show you a few things that other people are doing. So you can kind of get an idea. Right. So come in here, we go to Cleave. Because there's Cleave of Rage and Valcleave. Right. You have options. 0% of people are playing Cleave. This is how many people are playing Cleave right now. Oh my god. That's pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. That's really funny. What the hell? Nobody's playing Cleave. Nobody. There is not, but there is Cleave of Rage. But look, Edge. Look, if I remove Cleave, these are the 3 Cleave skills. 0.0, 0.0, 0.0. Nobody's playing Cleave, bro. Like, there's 4 people playing Cleave of Rage. 1 person playing Val Cleave. And there's 5 people. I mean, obviously there's more people probably playing it, but these are the people that have made it onto Ninja. And this happens to be the strongest character right now. It's actually so funny. But he's running Cleave with deadly ailments, attack on hit. He's got burn damage. So he's probably running an Ignite build. It's probably a pure Ignite build because of this thing adds weapon damage is added fire equal to percentage of the max life. And then each rage gives fire multi. Nearby enemies have exposure while at max rage. So you basically rage stack and you ignite things to death, which is kind of cool. Yeah, you got shield charge, you got frost blink for mobility, you got self cast flammability probably. Yeah. Wait. Sacrifice 10% of your life when you use or trigger a spell skill. Interesting. So that's interesting. You got a bunch of golems here. Interesting. How do you have so many golems? Oh, he's playing Elementalist. That's why. So he's got triple golem. So he's got chaos, flame, and stone. That's pretty cool. Malevolence for damage over time, Tempest Shield for block, Anger for more fire damage, and then he's got Cleave with deadly ailments to do more damage with his Knight, elemental damage with sports, so it hits harder, so it does more fire damage, and then Cruelty, which is interesting. And then burn damage and inspiration. Kind of. Oh, I think he hit Cleave. Yeah, supported with level 1 Inspire. So that's probably not the best option, but it's something. I mean, maybe it is the best option, honestly. But, interesting build, to say the least. He starts here, comes up, he grabs the extra golem. And then he has always shocks, always ignites, 2 extra golems, so he should be at 4 golems. And then exposure is always negative 25. Then he wraps it down to pick up reservation, life, jewel socket, life, picks up the mana cost, or the cost reduction of skills plus life, picks up max rage, does a technique so he can't miss, life regen so he survives, max fire, max life. I don't know why he grabbed the small life node. And then he grabbed the forbidden. Oh, it's because of that. Okay, so that makes sense. Yeah, extra max res right there counts for this. For his block. Is over here for more life. Do it for the armor. So he's converting everything over without using blood magic. He's converting everything over to basically costing him life. full block, extra rage, more block, life, more life. Then he gets this for so more block, a lot of block. So he's basically block capped, I'm assuming, and deadly elements. Kind of a crazy wrap, but it seems to work. So man, that's something. You can do something like this. Decent damage. Based off of just hitting and getting ignites. Seems a little expensive to set up to this extent, but that's an option. We're on the map edge, if you didn't notice. Oh yeah, I want to try those gloves, right? Do we have an extra pair of those gloves lying around? Okay. That's pretty nice. Give cards have a chance to be duplicated. And quantity. I'm pretty sure that's what that shrine just said. So if we did hit an apothecary, it has like a decent chance to duplicate. It's like a 20-something% chance to dupe. And I think it's like 20% quantity as well. I was like, did we not click it? Another 30% chance for them to be duped. Alright, if we can remember to buy a pair of those gloves, they can be the worst gloves ever, Edge. It doesn't even matter if they're corrupted. I'm just gonna throw them on to try it. I kind of just want to try it. I want to see how much pops we can get if I wear those gloves. I think it would just be hilarious. I almost think running the Mirage last is better in these situations, because once we go through the whole map and we get all the altars, I think, don't the altars affect here as well? So if we had like a divine altar and we came in here, wouldn't we get divines to drop as well? But the same could be true. We come in here to get a divine altar to bring it out with us. Oh, get the dawn altars? Okay. There's a Carnal Flask or something over there. Could be a glass blower. Alright, be careful. This guy has really big slams. Anytime that guy rears up, just fucking run. He does like a screen wide just slam, and it's no joke. Huh. Interesting. Oh. One didn't wilt. What about variable? Yeah, I personally don't like Fire Trap. I've always been a Scorching Ray enjoyer. Ever since I started playing the game, like years and years and years ago, I was a big enjoyer of Incineration. Like Incineration Ray or whatever it's called. Incinerate. And then when they came out with Scorching Ray, it kind of became my next favorite skill. And then when I discovered RF, I was like, bro, RF is my jam, right? But I played it with Fire Trap, I played it with Flame Wall and a couple other things. I tried it with like the Searing Bond earlier this league, like Pox was doing. And I just didn't really feel it. I don't like any of them. Fire Trap is decent, it does way more damage, don't get me wrong. Like it does a whole hell of a lot more damage than Scorching Ray does. Like I think Scorching Ray kind of caps out at like 200k. Unless you like really juice it, then you might be able to get it to like 500, 700k. But it's like, it's nowhere near like the 8-10 mil that you can get from Fire Trap or more. You know, Fire Trap just is much better skill. But I like I'm more of a very lazy face tanky kind of player. And I love to just walk right in, stand in front of something and just face tank it. So I typically lean towards Scorching Ray because it's just channeling skill. I can sit there and just hold it on its face. And granted, playing Chieftain, the Fire Res rip does nothing for me while I'm standing still, but once I move, the Fire Res rip still stands, so they still take a little extra damage, since I have less Fire Res while I'm running around, but it's negligible at best. But it's mostly about the infused channeling. So the infused channeling actually increases the damage of my RF and gives me more defense. So it's a little bit more survivability while I have infused channeling and more RF damage. Now, like I said, it still doesn't net a positive over Fire Trap. Fire Trap is much safer. You have a range, you know, you can throw it and you can just kind of kite around. You can do whatever you want to do. But at the end of the day, like, personal preference. Like, if you want to min-max, you want to meta, you want to have as much damage as possible, yeah, run Fire Trap, right? It's just no-brainer. But at the end of the day, just like run whatever feels comfortable to you. Like if you're not enjoying what you're using, you're not going to use it, or you're just going to switch anyway, or you're just going to stop playing the game. I'd rather play something that I enjoy, something that's more my speed, something I have fun with, and I like looking at, than play something I hate and just quit the game early like I normally do. Like I said, you're not wrong. When it comes to single target, yeah, it's purely about Fire Trap for single target. But with the added caveat, while playing a Chieftain, honestly, your single target boils down to explosions. It boils down to your ascendancy, getting an explosion proc on any mob, and making sure that ignite never falls off. Getting 100% chance to ignite. And when you get one pop, you take advantage of the ignite refresh from the tree that you can pick up. You anoint it, and every time that you basically indefinitely keep an ignite on somebody, and if you have an ignite from an explosion, because it's so much bigger than like a regular ignite, you can kill any boss way faster with that than you can with Fire Trap. You can literally insta-give any boss in the game, basically. You can hit you can hit like 50 mil or like 35 mil dot damage, depending on the boss and the ads. The problem with it though is you occasionally run into a point where the boss doesn't have ads, so you have nothing to actually proc the explosions on. So what people do is they run the penance ring or whatever it's called, that you can every time the boss hits you, it summons a phantasm, and the phantasm has like very little HP, but when he pops for 250% of his life, it's still a decent amount of damage, and then you indefinitely keep that ignite on and it kind of goes. You going to bed, Edge? All right, sounds good. I appreciate you. Take it easy. Thanks for helping out and hanging out. Like I said, maybe Monday, Tuesday we can run forts or whatever, and we can get a bunch of blood and speed run for blood, kinda. I'd be down. We need to see what we can sell. I really want to get the I really want to get that amulet. All right, so we almost have enough. All right, so we can sell this and this. That's another 2 divines. How much is this going for? That's it. Okay, so that's not selling for much. That's selling. Okay, we selling that breach scarab. Yeah, let me show you, Vader. You can't really see a very good representation of it when I'm in a party, but this passive right here, enemies you or your totems kill, which is why Pox is taking advantage of the Searing Bond totem. He recently started trying it out, and it does a lot of single target damage. I just personally don't like the way it plays. I'd rather use Fire Trap, but it has a 10% chance to make any mob explode that you kill, and that explosion is dealt 250% of their maximum life as fire. So you kill like a white mob, it insta pops blues and yellows, right? If you kill a blue or a yellow, it's basically going to insta kill a boss, right? It's a ridiculous amount of damage, and as long as you pick up 100% ignite chance, like obviously at end game you drop this wheel, usually you don't pick up this, usually you don't pick up this, but usually you can get like an ignite chance on your scepter. You can get ignite chance on like your flask. You can get some tattoos to increase your ignite chance and replacing a bunch of your strength. You can get your ignite chance to 100% if that's what you're shooting for. I'm going for a cast on stun build, which takes advantage of this. So the idea of it is I rely upon 1 pop to happen, and then this makes the ignite indefinite. So refreshes duration of oh, did they fix this? This might actually cuck the build of chill and shock because they removed the ignite part. Oh, that sucks. So this might cuck my build to a point, but it's still viable. So I won't be using this time. But it used to do ignite as well. I'll show you. So the build I was running was this. So I'm not going to convert it, but I think they changed this. Yeah. So refreshes duration of ignite, chill, and shock on enemy. So they removed the ignite part because it was too busted for Chieftain. So that's a change to the build. So I can't get indefinite ignites anymore, but that's what you used to do. So anyway, since you can't do that anymore, that kind of sucks, but still the idea is still there. You get a pop, 100% chance to ignite, and that ignite will basically kill anything. Even if you pop it on like a pinnacle boss, it just depends on what you kill it on. Because the big problem with the ignite is you need something to pop. And some bosses don't have ads to kill. And you need it to have some HP. So Phantasms is your best bet. I'm trying to... Where's the ring? Can't remember the ring. I'm just pull up the build again. It's on the build. This build, the Hateful Accuser. So you apply a penance mark to a mob, and when the mob punches you, it summons 3 phantasms. And if you kill one of the phantasms, now that it's a 10% chance instead of 5%, it's kind of nice. But the phantasm has a 10% chance to explode for 250% of his life, which, if it's 100% chance to ignite, will guarantee that he gets an ignite on the boss, and the boss will start to die really fast. It's kind of crazy. So when I go into a map, I'll show you, but you'll see the entire screen is going to delete when I get a pop. You're gonna be like, what the fuck? And that's what makes Chieftain superior in all ways when it comes to RF. Because, I mean, I've played RF as a witch, like an elementalist or an occultist. I've played it as both. I've played it as a Templar. I've played it as, as Inquisitor Templar or whatever for Pious Path. I played it as Jug. I've played it as Chieftain a lot because Chieftain is just hands down the best. But like, you see these big explosions, like the whole room just deletes. Right? So the goal is just survivability. Survive long enough to kill one mob to make it go boom, and then the whole room just goes. And then if you get, like I said, 100% chance to ignite, and you get these gloves enchant on the top, the implicit, where your ignites can pro-live, like they spread, like that's what happens. The whole screen just deletes, and that ignite will sit on the ground in like an AoE kind of form, and anything that steps in it will actually take ignite damage, which makes everything else die. That if it doesn't instantly die to the explosion, it dies to the ignite. That's what makes this type of build pretty interesting, but you're not wrong. Fire trap isn't the way to go. I can't argue that enough. Don't use Scorching Ray unless you just truly just like this skill, right? It's not worth using it. It's much worse damage wise. I just, like I said, I like to stand still. I like to plant my feet like a tree, grow some root. And it's my play style. Right, that's the only reason I use it. I don't care if I'm meta. I don't care if I'm the strongest, the fastest, the best. I just care, am I having fun? And if my skill that I'm using isn't enjoyable for me, then it's not fun. And that's a prime example of the Chieftain proc. The whole thing, you kill one little baby white mob and the whole fucking thing just goes pop. Another nice thing about the Chieftain variable, if you're still here, I don't want to keep ranting about it if no one else wants to listen to it, but if you are still here and you want to hear about it, I can give you a couple other good tidbits about why Chieftain is so strong. Especially for RFs. Oh, I knew I was gonna die. Those freaking kamikaze bugs. I saw him charging me, and I shield charged instead of frost blinking, which killed me. Alright, big boss, you need to come over here. And big boss dead. That's that is the ignite in action. boneless sear, man. Come on. Only one. Just give me one sear so I can get off this damn map. Who coins of restoration? Ew. Why we keep getting restoration? Makes me want to throw up. Another stupid restoration coin. Ugh, give me the good one. Get the hell out of that room. Oh. I wonder what tail they're having. Is it a stash tab too? Give me a seer, give me a seer. I think the reason I'm not getting a seer is because, like, I'm not killing every mob. I think it's like it could literally just be a single mob that it's missing. It's a small chance, but it's based off of, like, there's a specific mob I think that spawns it, right? I don't think you have to kill every mob for it to spawn, right? Or am I wrong? Do I have to kill every single mob? That could also be a problem. If I kill every single mob and I'm missing one, definitely be a problem. Yeah, because now we have 4 mobs left. And if that's the same case, like if that's the case, then we're just kind of cucked. What happened? Where did I die? I died right here, right? I died to the kamikaze. But... Oop, that lag spike though. That lag spike though. Oh, that lag spike. Why are we lagging? Why are we lagging? Ooh, that's good money. That's good money. Alright. I think we have to pay more attention. Let me look. POE here. Nameless seer. Okay. Name seers. After killing the final pack of a random monster pack type. Yeah, so that's the problem. So sometimes, like, I'm just getting unlucky, leaving like 1 or 2 mobs behind, and it could be that pack. But it's not guaranteed. It's just chance, right? I feel like with how many I've done, I should be able to have at least found one by now. I feel like 1 in 20 maps or something like that. Like, we haven't even run 20 maps yet. I guess I'm just impatient. I don't know. So maybe that's it. 'Cause we had 20 scarabs. And I think we're down to like 10. So maybe we only run like 10 maps. We are running out of normal 16s though. I'm gonna go pee really quick. Give me just a second.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Oh, alright. Yo, mate, thanks for the hydrate. Let's go. Yeah, we still have 13. So we barely run any maps, man. I feel like we've run so many more maps though. Because this guy has 21 out of 28, and we got one of these at the beginning of the map. So how have we gotten 21 progress? Oh! Oh! I didn't think about that. Because we were proccing them in the mirror as well. Interesting. So not only are we getting it on our maps, but we're getting it on the Mirages as well. I want to go the other way. Oh, I thought there was more that way. Side coast. Alright, I wanted yellow to go with this. Because blue's good. Blue's really good. I don't know what that is gonna do for us. Oh my. Wait, did we just get a really good drop? Okay. This against you are always crits. Unique items dropped by items is duplicated. Okay, so I don't really care about that one. Oh, no. I want to leave yet. I want to check out that other. What's this one? Ooh, yeah, can't run that one. Okay. But it does say div cards dropped. 50% chance to dupe, bro. If you hit fucking apothecary with that. Ooh, boy. Using the money. Who's feeling pretty good about that if you hit that? Why can't I move? Why can't I move? Jesus Christ! Can't frostblade, can't shield charge, can't do nothing. Alright, well, they're gonna be fucking mega juicy. That's gonna be a little scary. I might have to take it a little slower in this fight. On this map. Instead of just mega juicing my way through it. Ooh. Mega juice. Alright. What? Do the Mirage, Onslaught Adrenaline, Currency, and rewards. We'll just do currency. What up, Mas? I mean, hold on. Like, this is the wiki form, right? It just says that Nameless Seer is an NPC who can be who has a chance to appear in 16-17 maps. In the maps he'll be encountered, he will after killing the final pack of a random monster type. So if you don't kill every mob, maybe that one mob is part of a pack that you didn't kill. Maybe another mob is part of another pack. So it's like, that's one thing, right? But that's all it says, right? He always offers a unique item in his section, and he always and his items are not influenced by rarity and stuff like that. So it doesn't state anywhere that he can't spawn. I've seen him a bunch of times in this league already, but I've been running it on the left side where I have the void stones, right? I was running beach and I got it last night. I was running another one and I got it on another one, but it's just, I haven't found it tonight yet. But I also, like I said, I haven't killed all the mobs in the map. So, I mean, some of the maps that he possibly could have spawned, maybe I just missed a mob that would have made him spawn. Or I mean, I've only run 7 maps. Right? This is my 8th map. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm complaining about not seeing him, but I truly haven't run that many maps. Right? I want to say he's like a 1 in 20 chance, is what I've heard. So it's purely I'm not running my maps fast enough to truly see him often, or by now, right? If I would have been running my maps faster, I would have seen him by now. But since I've only run 7 maps, it makes sense if I haven't seen him yet. Goal leader, I need a pop. I need a pop, thank you. Whew. So I feel like that's probably the problem, is not killing every mob and the fact that I've only run 7 maps. I mean, maybe that's just bad RNG. Like I said, have you killed every mob though? Because that's one of the key criteria. It's a random pack in the map. You have to kill every mob in every one of those packs, and you don't know which pack it is. So if you killed every mob in every single 50 maps and you haven't seen one, I don't know. That's just really bad luck. I mean, I have heard horror stories where people haven't seen a seer in a very long time like that. But I think the average is like 20 maps. Like I said, I've seen the seer maybe since I got the 16s. I've seen him like 3 times so far, and I probably haven't run that many maps. So I might have just be really lucky on the other side of the tree. Like I said, or maybe you do have to run it on a void stone. Like I said, it does say a T16 or 17 map, and with the way that the new mapping system works, I wonder if it has to be on a void stone side, right? Because I've actually had it proc inside of a Mirage as well. So I killed every mob inside of a Mirage, and I got one to spawn the other day. And I think there's actually a mod that you can get for a Mirage that does state Nameless Seer, like as an option. So you can like force a Nameless Seer eventually as well. I don't know. This is just science. If I don't get one, and by the end of the weekend, I just want to move the card over, because I hate running this map, and I'd rather run beach. So if I can get the seer to spawn so I can move these to beach, I'm happy, because then I can just run beach. I mean, that's what people do with dunes and stuff, right? They move the card over to dunes and then they just run dunes, because dunes is just a better map. Like, this is more of like for science at this point. Just seeing if we can actually get it to freaking proc. I'm getting hungry though. It's 3 AM. I wonder if I got a Brotherhood amulet. This looks like the Brotherhood amulet. I wonder if it's actually expensive. Woo! That was scary. That's the fortification amulet. Pretty sure. It's what I used in my kinetic blast build. Yeah, I'm just gonna try and focus on actually 100% killing the mobs. Because like you said, I don't think Envoy tucks with it. I just think the main thing is killing all the mobs. So you have, you know, you confirm that you've killed all the mobs. That way, you know that he wasn't able to spawn. Because if you miss one mob, that's the chance that you know, missed out on. I forgot he is whispered. I actually hit the wildwood this time. Oh, tried to. Ouch. Jesus, that took way too long. move. That's bad. You. Crazy that I'm somehow missing mobs though. Like I feel like I've been full clearing these maps every time, but somehow I'm always missing a mob or two or three. Could did scarabs, but I don't know if ultimatum scarabs are very profitable. Yeah, it's mobs like those that make things difficult because they burrow into the ground and they like run past you. Has a lot of problems. So like I'm missing one mob, just one. I don't want to run through the whole map for a single mob, but it could be the reason I don't get a seer. Right? Like, it's just so annoying. Where's this one particular mob that I somehow missed? It's just not worth my time to look for one mob. Like, running back through a map just to look for a single mob that I somehow missed? Just seems very meh. Where's a single fucking mob at? That literally could be the reason why I'm not getting a series. I'm just missing the one mob I need to kill from the one pack. I know it doesn't have to be every mob, right? It has to be every mob from a specific pack. You just don't know which pack it is. Hey, look, I went through the whole map, didn't see a single mob. Like, what? So stupid. The map just bugged? Alright, lavish. Alright, so get rid of that one, we'll get rid of that one. That one, put here. These over to here. And then, yeah, Badge of the Brotherhood. I think it's Replica. That's corrupted. No. Miscellaneous. Corrupted. No. Search. 14C. Alright. Sounds good. Yeah, because it only wrote chance to lose when you gain elusive. Okay. And then just to lose when you use a travel skill. I don't know. Rolled max dex. Rolled 9 out of 9 on the top two. Yeah, 9 out of 9, so it's roughly the same. The dex, whatever. We'll sell it to 14. Map. Curse with them people. What? Clicked on the fucking yellow thing. Yellow thing. Thank you. Okay. Never used this, but screw it, we'll pick it up. It's really sad we haven't found we found 2 divines already. But it was only when we were partied up with Edge and in one map. Like when we hit those whiffs and when we don't get any divines, it's so sad. Like come on man, we got like 3,000 blue wisps and we didn't get a single divine. Random mob just spawning behind me, that's not good. Wanted to. Alright. Bad soul. Oh, I didn't realize he put 3 hands around me. That's annoying. I didn't see that. That's frustrating. Oh my god, please just fucking shield charge! For the love of God, game! Not exactly perfect with the line of the street, so we're not gonna move at all. Like, just fucking charge down the hallway. Against the wall. It's not asking for a lot. Need you to come over here, you stupid ass boss. Need you to come over here, boss. This boss is pissing me off. He won't move to the mobs. And I just charged into the fucking hand! Oh, I'm gonna fucking lose it! I kind of despise the bosses. Because I can't just face tank them, and I can't do a lot of damage to them without a pop. And there's not a ton of mobs that spawn when they're out. Being as weak as I am is not good. Like, they do spawn, like, there's mobs. They just don't spawn a lot. Okay, there's one hand. We need to stay away from it. Okay, can you come over here? Can you come over here? Boss? 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 Are you gonna run from me? hate this guy so much. Why are we walking towards him? Yeah, stupid ass game. Oh, we got to pop. Oh, we got to fucking pop. Oh, thank God. Look at that guy walking at him. Jesus Christ. Gotta fucking lose our fucking brain cells, the few that we have left. Swear to God, man. About to die. He wanted to walk at him and he's doing his fucking special spinny McSpin move, man. Oh, did we just tuck ourselves? There's one of them that's like reduced regen per endurance charge or some shit. That one can actually kill us. Oh. Oh my Jesus. Shield charge. No, front blink, shield charge, front blink, shield charge. Just run. All these ranged abilities are bad. I didn't get a pop. I didn't get a single fucking pop. Pop, please. Please pop. Please pop. For the love of God, just pop. Thank you. 10% chance, kill fucking 50 mobs, don't get a single pop. The odds, bro, are crazy. Game's fucking trolling the shit out of me today. Like, every time I get roughly around 50% XP, the game is just literally stacked against me. It's like, nah, we gotta make sure we kill this guy now. He's at 50% XP, we gotta make sure he dies. Do everything we can to make his game as hard as possible. Fuck his playstyle every possible way. Oh, shit, boss. This boss. Oh. I had high hopes to hit level 100 this league. Until this game was like, controlled 50%. Complete cuckage after. 93, 50% to 94, complete cuckage. Nerf everything to the ground once he hits that point. Every time. Buff the game, nerf the player, make sure he can't level. just straight fucking me, man. Oh, it's the boss. Sorry. That kinda came out of the left field. Wasn't expecting that. Alright. Kill this boss. Ouch. Oh God, I'm still in range? Almost died. That was scary. That was scary. No! I shield charged in and the mobs pushed me back. I couldn't shield charge through them. This is stupid. Well, at least we won't die for a while. 36%. Oh my God, dude. I'm kidding you not, man. Every single time we get roughly around 50%, we die all the way back down. And I don't know why. I mean, I died to chaos there. I know that. But I tried to shield charge in and I got pushed back for some reason. They don't have a shrine back here with knockback. So I'm curious on what pushed me. Maybe it was just like a body block, like the exact spot I landed was like on a mob, maybe? And it like moved me to the other side of the mob, possibly? I don't know. It's possible. I don't know exactly. Definitely wasn't expecting that, though. Alright. Give me a seer, please. Guys dropped by enemies or good? No. Some divs. So I still don't understand why they haven't made gold go directly to your pockets. Because it just doesn't make sense, right? As long as you're within a certain radius of it, it should just automatically go to your pockets. Like, obviously, it's similar to, like, what it already is, right? You walk near it and you pick it up. But it's a pretty small proximity. I feel like as long as you're within range to get EXP, the gold should just go into your pockets, right? Because like you don't want people to just like start like zone into a map, sit at the beginning, and just get free gold, right? You want them to actually be moving around the map. So I get that, but I also think that it needs to be significantly larger because you're actually running around the map killing things. Like you don't want to have to backtrack for gold. It's just stupid. I shouldn't have to. Look, this gold here. I killed it. I looted, like, I stood where the loot dropped, and I still didn't get the gold. Like, why does it have to be so, like, precise to get your gold? It's so dumb. Just put it in our pockets. It doesn't take up inventory space. I have its own fucking wallet and everything. Like, why do we need to make it difficult? I feel like I wouldn't hate farming gold if it was changed like that. I feel like if it just automatically went to our pockets, it wouldn't be such a tedious thing, and I wouldn't hate it. But this is why I despise running the shipments and stuff. It's like maintaining the gold for like the wages and stuff. It's just so obnoxious because you literally have to pay attention to all the gold that drops. Make sure you pick it all up and you're stepping right on it. Don't leave any behind because you need like fucking millions and billions of it. Oh my god. I frost blinked and died instantly before it went off. I hate this game. It's so dumb. I know the problem. Like, it's not the game. It's literally me being lazy and not upgrading my gear. Like, I get it. My fault that I've died. Oh, it's frustrating. You go for so long without dying, and then just you rip like 5 times in a map. 6 times in a map. Like, just super frustrating. Give me a sear. Give me a sear. Alright, 0 mobs, no sear. Actually, I'm gonna go do this. I've already died a bunch, might as well. See if maybe we can at least get battle skill for my orb up. Don't really need to, honestly. Just buy it. Seriously? No pops? Been really unlucky with the pops today. Or at least lately. Alright. There's that. Mysterious and Lavish look really similar. Alright, let's go open up the gift. Giftarini. Yo, Divine, let's go. Up to 6. We probably have almost another 5 worth of chaos. We have like 1,000, almost 1,000 chaos. So we have almost another 5. Suppose it's like 11. It's not quite what we need. I think we need like 20. We're getting there. That's so annoying. I got 2 pops and no ignite. don't want any of this. I'm gonna take that one unless we get a Gibb Shrine or something. Come back for it. Unless we get like currency shrine or something, there's no point in spawning that. This guy's gonna take a hot minute. Modifiers, rarity, gold? Yes. What are we looking at gold at? It's almost 500k. It's not too bad. We haven't put any maps in today though. But we haven't really found that many either. Found a lot of low tier maps. No chromes. See, I don't really care about chromes. I really don't. I care about like chaos and stuff. Good cards can double? Okay. Well, not gonna really get a good card here, but okay. If it happened to, that'd be sick. Yo! What's up? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Thank you, thank you. RF player? Yeah! Love me some RF. It's so funny. It's like, I play RF every league, and then every league I'm like, alright, I'm not gonna play RF this league. I'm gonna play another build just so I can say I don't just play RF, and maybe try and see if we can find some more fun. But every league I'm like, but RF. It's just, I can't help it. Like, this league I started as an Aurabot. And, it was, oh my god. Started as an Aurabot for a friend. And I was gonna make a Chains of Command second because I played Chains of Command last league and I liked it. I played RF into Chains of Command and I really liked the Chains of Command. So I was gonna play it again this league. But when I saw the change to like Chieftain Ascendancy, I was like, fuck Chains, I'm gonna play RF again. I just can't help it. Every single time I come back to RF because some change makes me want to like play it again. Can't explain it. Just can't help but come back to it every single time. Oh, there it is. It's like, where the fuck is it going? Oh, you started playing it this, like the mini league? Interesting. Okay. How you liking it? Regals are actually kind of bad. We'll go with quantity just in case we do get some drops. Like Paladin RF? Wait, what was Paladin again? Was that Templar? I didn't play RF on that league. I don't even remember what I played on that league. I hated it. Oh, I tried to play a Herald build, and I despised every second of it. Okay, so single target damage is really bad on RF. There's only a few ways to really change it. Typically you play Fire Trap and you get a really big Fire Trap helmet. It's kind of costly, like multiple divines, like 20-30 divines to get a good one. It's really expensive, but it juices your Fire Trap damage through the roof. And it's the only way to get like single target damage on RF. Now this league, Fox is showing off the idea of using Searing Bond Totem. Oh my god! Oh my god! Woo! He's using Searing Bond Totem and showcasing that, and people are trying to mimic him because they mimic Pox every league. Because Pox is the RF like god. He's basically the only person in the game that plays RF every single league, no matter what the nerfs or buffs are, and he always finds a way to make it work. He's actually a legend for RF. He's the one that turned me onto it like 8 years ago. But like I said, the only way to get single target is that. Now, the only other way to get single target is to rely upon the Chieftain's ascendancy of his pops. That is truly where all of your damage comes from for single target. It's purely spawning mobs or dragging mobs together and partying, like, you know, grouping them together to get a pop to blow up the entire screen. That's the only way you're going to get significant single target damage. That is the biggest downside of the build. Like you said, single target damage does suck. But the pops, they make up for it significantly. If you're able to get them to pop. Like right now, I'm struggling, right? I haven't got a single pop yet. Which is a problem. Once I get a pop, though, the whole screen will go. Sometimes you can just get really unlucky. Yeah, there it goes. You get really unlucky with not getting pops for a long time. But with a 10% chance, it's significantly more reliable. Oh, okay, we're probably gonna die here. Oh yeah, I played POE 2 for a while. It's not my cup of tea. Like I'll play it on and off between leagues or between boredoms, but I just prefer POE 1. I've been playing it for so long, and switching to 2 and it being so slow and just grueling, just not really my cup of tea. Like the currency is different. Like the drop rates of everything, that it's just the markets, everything's just so weird in that game compared to this. Probably was duelist. Interesting. Yeah. Adorned is really good. So Adorned basically, I don't know, you know, you probably already read it, but it basically increases the potency of whatever blue quality corrupted gem that you have socketed. And let's say you get 100% one, which is really expensive. But it basically would double all your jewels. So if you get T1 mods for your jewels, let's say it's 7% life and like 9%, you know, fire damage or whatever. That's now 14% life and 18% fire damage. Times that by 10, that's 140% life and 190% fire damage. It scales really well. Also, you should have seen Pox using the Nebulous. This is the most, by far, the most insane weapon in the game if you're running a Chieftain. It's an insane weapon. Absolutely ridiculous weapon. No other weapon actually comes close to it. Really wish I got an ignite off of that. Yeah. I mean, did you spend money and get a 10%, or did you get a starter one and get like a ouch, and just get like a 5 or a 6 or something? $9%? Okay, that's not too bad. And it's probably really cheap. The 9%? I mean, not really cheap, but it's probably like, I don't know, reasonably priced. I got me a starter 10% and just said, screw it. Oh, I guess I can't do damage when I have the grasp boots on me. Interesting. Yeah, I hate these bosses. They're so bad. Give me an ignite, damn it. Ignite! Ignite! What kind of circle is that? That circle was the whole map. Stop going invisible. I knew he was gonna kill me. Dude, this boss is so fucking annoying. Shocker though, I died again, close to 50%. Who would have thunk? Who'd have thunk it? So stupid. Like, I can't fucking win, man. I never can win. Did I go the wrong way? I think I went the wrong way. Oh, yeah, I think I... Oh, no, it's right here. Okay. Oh. Where's this mob at? And then he's gonna kill me again, watch. Okay, how about this? We're gonna cheat. Okay, maybe since I stood still, he just... Okay, that works. I was gonna cheat. I was just gonna go through the fucking portal. And avoid the fucking mechanic altogether. So frustrating. Oh. Please move. Please move. Oh my god. Hey, it's almost died again. Oh, didn't wilt. It's actually really good. Oh, ignite. Oh, 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 oh. Nah, didn't ignite, didn't pop. Yeah, 1 or 2 div is a pretty reasonable price for 9%. I think I paid 3 div for my 10 like a few days ago. There's a lot of methods to the madness. Like, I don't know how good your gear is. If you want to give me your account name, I can pull you up on POV and I can look at your gear and see where you're kind of sitting at. Kind of see if I can guesstimate how strong you are. And then we could talk about like what content you kind of like doing, so we can see if we can kind of get you a money-making method from it. There's lots of ways to make money in this game. A ton. There's slow methods and then there's fast methods. Fast methods usually require ridiculous builds. And if you're not at a ridiculous build, then you got to go with usually like either a niche method or a method most people don't like, or like a slower method because everybody else is doing it as well, which is lowering the currency values. So it's just like, it is what it is. There's lots of different ways to go about it. Yep, thank you. Don't judge me. That's all good. Because I'm making a, I'll be swapping to cast on stun. It's so fun. I love the cast on stun version of the game, of the build. All right, so let's see here. First thing I can tell you is your jewels being 11 sockets is going to cause you problems. This is unnecessary. So you can save some points here. Alright, you're missing your block chance as well. Yeah. I mean, it's not that it's a bad spot because 15%, you know, that's 45%, which is, you know, with your weapon, that gives you quite a lot of extra damage. Also gives you more fire res, you know, which gives you the other reses, which is the only reason why you're lightning capped is because of this node, actually. You'll be really close to not being lightning capped if you take this off. Plus this, yeah, so you won't even be lightning capped anymore if you take that off. My question is, why do you have this? So that's right. Why do you have that? Oh, I see what you did. You're still missing some though. You have 1, 2, 3, 4. You need 2 more to make it work, so it's useless unless you get all 6. Because you were going for the 10% more max life if you have all 6 allocated. And you need 2 more wheels to make that work. So one of them is over here, and the other one's like right here. So without having both of those 2 points are useless to you. So I would remove this point and this point. Keeping the max life is fine. Keeping the 15% is perfect. You want those 2, but the rest you don't need. Secondly, this one, I'm not a huge fan of it. If you want to keep it, you can, but I think it's relatively bad. If you honestly want to keep a regen node and this, take these 4 points out, use the 2 points from the masteries you took off, put them here, and grab this wheel. This wheel is much better. You can also just go this way as well, but I think this way is better. Because instead of getting 10 strength, you're going to get all res plus life. So go this way. So if it was me, I would remove this and this, but those two here, remove this and put them here. You technically don't need the flat 50, if I'm being honest, but if you want to do it for safety reasons, you can. Not opposed to it. That's one thing that I would change. The second thing I would change, obviously you need a different cluster jewel. So when it comes to cluster jewels, it needs to be an 8 instead of an 11. You can't have a 9, you can't have a 10, you can't have an 11. The only time that you want those ones, like the high tier, like 11s and 12s, is like builds like minion builds and things, or if you're doing strength stacking builds, whatnot. That's the only time that those ones are viable. In any other build, you want an 8 because it only takes 2 points. So you put a point here, and then you end up on this one, right? And you put a point here, and then you put one, and then you're on the next like thing. It takes a lot less points to get to the sockets. And if you're going for adorns, you need as many points as possible, right? Now, there's nothing wrong with what you're doing, except for this one needs to be replaced because it's a yellow and it needs to be a blue. So this is actually wouldn't work with an adorns at all. Now, until you get the adorns, you can use it. But it's fine for right this minute. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm just giving food for thought, right? Just giving critique. So here's the one dilemma you have. So you currently have 75 block with glancing blows, which is fine. It's good. But you're missing your spell block. So you're susceptible to every spell in the game now. So in order to fix that, you need this wheel. You need 4 points. So you need to find a way to remove 4 points somewhere. Your cluster to pick that up. Yeah, it's fine because the thing is, like, without this, you're susceptible to spells, right? So you get that, and then you have to put on Tempest Shield. With those two alone, you're at spell block cap. So you'll be 75 block capped at that point, and it significantly saves your life. So with that in mind, you have to be able to squeeze Tempest Shield in, which, long story short, means you have to drop something else you're running. Oh my god, what? Okay, so this is fine. I'm not a huge fan of momentum, but it's fine. But why are we running Golem, Icicle Mines? Why is Icicle Mines here? Oh my god, there's so many things wrong with this. Okay, so when it comes to leveling, I'm gonna show you a trick. When it comes to leveling up items, put it in your offhand. So you see how you have 2 tabs? Go to your second tab, put it in the back, and it will level even though it's not equipped. So put it in, like, put a new set of weapons back here. Use these ones for your actual combat. And then it'll just level on your offhands that way. So you don't have to actually equip them to level them. Does that make sense? So that way you can save links for actual usable stuff. Secondly, you always want to put fire trap in the helmet, because at the end game, the helmet that you get for the big juicy helmet is for fire trap to give you damage, and you don't want to recolor your chest piece or, you know, whatever, because it's slated for fire trap. Now you need it slated for RF, you don't want to mess with it. So RF just stays in the chest. Secondly, don't use Val RF. There's nothing really truly wrong with it. The problem with Val RF is it can kill you because when you press it, it takes 90% of your life or 70% of your life, and if you get hit at the same time, you die. And the amount of extra damage it gives is kind of meh. At the end of the day, right? It's just kind of meh. Lastly, Swift Affliction is doing nothing for you right now. So I will show you in game what I mean. Let me finish this map. But your Swift Affliction is doing nothing. And you're going to be like, what do you mean? I'll show you why it's doing nothing. And I'll explain why it doesn't work at the same time and how to get it to work. But that's another thing. So we're gonna have to go through all of your skills and try and feng shui you, because I think that's the problem you're running into. I haven't looked at your gear yet, but just looking at your tree, I see you're missing spell block, which is a huge defensive layer you're missing. And I saw your skill links and stuff are just all over the place and they're lacking significantly. I mean, so are mine, don't get me wrong, but you're missing some crucial ones, which will be very helpful for survivability and damage once we fix it. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not a big deal. So the way it boils down to is you have two options of playing, right? You put RF in helmet and fire trap in chest, or vice versa. Typically, everybody puts the RF in the helmet, in the chest piece, and 6 links it, because they use RF for map clear and they use fire trap for single target. And you get more damage from the helmet with fire trap. Right, or the helmet gives more damage output even in the helmet than the chest will get. So they always put fire trap in the helmet to get single target damage, because RF doesn't need all that much damage. Like 500 to 1,000,000 damage is more than enough for RF to clear pretty much any map for mapping purposes. But putting RF in the helmet and increasing it to like 2-3 million damage it doesn't speed up your map clear at all. And it does speed up your single target, yes, but not as much as fire trap would, because fire trap's going to go from like 1 million to like 15 million. Right? So you get a much bigger boost putting RF in the helmet when you get the big helmet, in comparison to putting RF in the helmet when you get the big helmet. I have to let the dog out. Shushies. I'll be right with you, dog. I just want to get over here where my thing is, because I want to grab this and leave. Alright, let me let my dog out, and then I'll help you out. Give me a second. All right, doggy has been out. All right, there's an ad starting in 30 seconds, Smash. So we can wait for the ad to finish, and then I can help you, if that's okay with you. If that is okay, I'm gonna go get a drink and a snack. I have an hour before I end stream, and I have like 3 hours before I can eat. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go grab some water and a snack. This ad's gonna play, and when it's done, I'll jump back into your stuff. Okay, give me a second. All right, Smash. Let me know if you can hear me, if your ad's over or not. Got 30 seconds left, so you might still be in an ad. Oh yeah, Twitch terminal. Hell yeah. Okay. So let's start with RF. Yep. It's fine if it's in your helmet. I have no problems with that. Just leave it how it is. It's just you play it differently. You know, most of your damage is going to be. Well, right now you're gimped because you don't have the helmet to juice RF. But you've gimped RF because it's only in a 4-link now. And you've juiced your fire trap, so you have better single target than you do. You know, so it's in the right setup. But the idea with the one you were looking at is he was juicing his RF with the helmet to get huge big dick, you know, RF damage. But you don't have the helmet to combo with it, right? Yeah, so you need to swap them eventually, but it's fine. So let me grab my Val RF, right? So here's the problem, right? So if you look at the left side here, right, it tells you what it works with. Right, so when you hover over the support gem, it tells you what skills you currently have equipped that it works with. You can see it does not work with RF, right? Or at least Val RF, right? You put regular RF in, still says it doesn't work, right? To fix this, right, because this is tagged as support for duration. So it should work with any skill that has a duration tag. This does have a duration tag, but it's not. The duration tag comes from the Val version, not the base version, so it doesn't work with the gem just like this one. In order to get it to work, you have to attach the duration tag to the gem via one of a few ways. Life tap is technically the best way. So you put life tap in, so now it doesn't show it, but now this is supporting this. Like you hover over this one, you can see it supports Righteous Fire. So since this now supports Righteous Fire and you have it supporting it, it now obtains the duration tag. Which means Swift Affliction now works. So with that explanation out of the way, when we look at yours, you have Burning, which works. You have Area Effect, which is perfectly fine. I personally prefer this. So you have a bigger radius for helping clear maps faster. But Swift Affliction says it works, but it doesn't. Right? So we go to Val RF, we enable RF because you have 100k DPS. See how when I uncheck this and check this, it doesn't change? Right? Now, if we put life tap on, and then, oh, now it works. So that's the problem you're running into. So you have a dead support gem right now. So to fix this, you never run Swift Affliction unless you have a 6-link, right? The only caveat to that is you can make it work if you have a helmet that has gems are supported by, because then you have extra gems to work with. Or with this league having infused gems, technically you can make it work with that setup as well. But ideally, what you want to do is you want to work with burning damage, eliminate focus, right? And increase area of effect. Now, if you don't want the extra area, which is fine, it's a lot smaller. Not a lot smaller, it's a smidgen smaller. let me rephrase that. It's a smidgen smaller, but it is noticeable. You can get more damage out of it by putting on efficacy. So this is going to increase your DPS a lot. It's going to make your circle a little bit smaller. So for example, this is what mine looks like with area of effect and without, right? It's significant. Don't get me wrong. But it's honestly not that big of a deal. It's a quality of life more than anything. It does typically increase the amount of damage mobs take because they get into the circle sooner and they stay in it longer while you're shield charging past them, and you can clear more of the map because it reaches further to the sides. Your shield charging is a good quality of life, but the RF itself for single target when you're face tanking stuff is less. So if you want more single target and you want to kill things faster that are hard to kill, take this off and put efficacy on. Like I said, your damage will go up to about 170k from 100. So you're almost doubling your RF damage right now just by making that change. Now, granted, your gems won't be level 20, so it'll be a little less, right? Like let's say you have like level 18 gems, because 18 doesn't take long to get to. You're still at like 170k. Okay, that's one thing. So that's talked about. We'll move that off the side. Now, the next thing we need to talk about all right, so you have fire trap. That's fine. But the question is, what are you using to proc your life tap? Technically, you use fire trap to proc it. Not a big deal. Ideally, you put life tap with your shield charge. And you leave it at level 1. Right? So you have shield charge, level 1 life tap, and faster attacks. The reason for this is every time you shield charge, it procs your life tap. And while this is active, you get increased damage for any skill that has life tap supporting it. Right? So, when it comes to RF and the 6th link, when you have our life tap and swift affliction, you get the damage from the swift affliction, but you get increased damage from the life tap buff as well. You get 2. But that's something for later. So you can eventually drop momentum because it's kind of meh, and you would want to put life tap in here eventually. Now, what you can alternatively do even further past this is you can add in like a life tap with flammability and frostblink, because at some point you're going to observe so much mana, you're probably not going to be able to use a lot of your skills with mana. Right? You're going to have such little amount of mana, you're going to be kind of cucked, right? So like for this, for example, instead of having summon skitterbots in here, you could do another life tap. So like for your shield can be one, your weapon could be another, and that takes care of both your 3 links, right? This can be in your like your chest or your helmet. This can be in your chest and your helmet. Doesn't matter. So now you have 2 4 links left over, which would cover your buffs and debuffs and stuff like that, right? So for example, Purity of Fire is a pretty good one, right? No qualms here. It's pretty good. It gives you max fire res. It gives you fire res, which in turn gives you cold and lightning, and it gives you max fire res. So it just like gives you damage as well. So it's a good one. It's a good one, especially with the weapon. Portal, unnecessary in my personal opinion. It just takes up a gem slot, and it's not necessary to have. That's a personal preference. You can keep or not keep, but I would recommend not, because you're gonna fill your gem slots with everything else. Determination, perfectly acceptable, but also relatively bad, because armor, you need armor, yes, but armor is one of the worst defensive stats in the game. past a certain point. It helps with small hits. It does not help with big hits. And the reason for this is because the bigger the hit is, the more armor you need to negate it by the same percentage. Put it in perspective, 1,000 fizz hit damage needs more armor than 100 fizz hit damage. So let's say you have 10k armor, you get hit with 100 fizz damage, it negates it by 90%. You hit it with 1,000 fizz hit damage with 10,000 armor, it negates it by like 70%. Right? So it doesn't scale very well into harder in content. It's great for small hits, it's great for early content, it's bad for in-game content to a point. It's still good. You need it. Don't get me wrong, but you don't need to stack it. And I feel like determination it gets kind of lost unless you are stacking armor everywhere, right? And the problem is that since we use the Cloak of Flame for our chest piece, we're significantly missing a lot of armor, right? Secondly, you don't need Legacy of Fury either. You can drop these for real boots. Dawnbreaker is okay. I personally don't like it, but personal preference at that point. It's solid, but you could definitely do better. Let's see, the helmet, you got +1 to AoE skills and +1 to AoE. Fine, fire, chaos res. It's a decent starter helmet. Like I said, when you get more currency, you'll get a juice helmet that just pluses. Can't remember what exactly it's called, but basically it gives +2 to active skills and -2 to support gems. And then you get socketed gems are supported by like burning and conch, and you just kind of ridiculously juice out the helmet. Gloves wise, you got ignites per lift, damage per that. So these gloves are actually pretty solid. The only downside to them is they have mana and energy shield on them. The one thing you can do to these, and I haven't tested it myself, because it does have a craft on it, is if you take, since it has that cold res on it, and that cold res is really bad. First off, it's a low roll, and secondly, you don't want cold res. Take it to the Hordy craft station, scroll down a little bit, or you can type it in the search bar. But down here, it costs 500, and you can convert cold res to fire res. So that 19 cold will re-roll. It'll be the same tier, so it might not be 19. It might be somewhere in the range of 19. But it'll convert it to fire damage or fire res. And that fire res will then give you more lightning res and cold res, but it works better because it splits it. So let's say you roll a 15, that gives you 30 more total res for 30 more res for the nebulous to give you more damage as well. So fixing those gloves, like I said, these gloves are good other than that cold res being low. And the fact that it rolled mana and energy shield is probably why it was relatively cheap. But it's a great starter glove. I don't have any problems with this. It's also fractured, so you can actually use this to roll upon multiple times. So it's a great piece to mess with. Like I said, getting a new pair of boots, whether you just get yellows, is fine. The reason you don't need this is because it helps, kind of, because it's 37% chance for them to pop for a small amount of damage, but it's not needed with the 10% chance from the ascendancy. That's the thing. Because all these boots are going to do for you is they give you 30% movement speed and they apply Scorch, which does nothing for you. That's it. Right? They're armor based. But you can get a regular pair of armor boots, right? With, 200-300 armor, whatever, with 30 movement speed. That has a life roll on it, fire and chaos on it, maybe life regen rate. Like, you can get some cool stuff on those, and it's a much better stat for you than these. So I would recommend looking into a new pair of boots so you can get some more fire res, so you can get some more life, maybe some life regen rate, maybe some movement speed. Like, I would change these out for that. Amulet wise, you don't really need the strength. You probably don't need the int either. But the dex is obviously required to a point. Fire damage is fine, max ES, whatever, plus the fire skill gems. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you, fire skill gems is good, but it's not as good as it used to be. So it's still worth picking up because it does increase the level of your purity of fire, it does increase the level of your support gems that are fire tags. But leveling up the, well, the reason it used to be such a go-to stat is because it used to level up RF, and RF's base damage would increase with level, which it no longer does. So it's not as effective as it used to be, but it does bring up your fire trap, it does bring up your burning damage, it does bring up your purity of fire and those types of things. So it's still worth getting in some forms. I just wanted to give you that food for thought, just so you know that even if you lost that gem, it's not a huge deal breaker, but it is still nice to have as icing on the cake. Frenzy charge on kill, sure, not good or bad. Dex, pretty solid here. Oh, that's another thing these gloves are missing is Dex. That's the, like, instead of rolling like ES or mana, if it had Dex, these things would have been expensive. But then you can lose Dex elsewhere because it can roll up to 60 Dex on the gloves. Add phys damage attacks doesn't really need anything. And then you rolled cold and lightning res on these. You could change that craft to fire, and because you're gonna lose 15 cold res if you change this, which sucks. But if you rolled fire and chaos, it'd be better. Yeah, I'm just saying, if you rolled fire chaos, it'd be better because you need more chaos res, right? And if you rolled the fire, that fire would add some of that fire to your cold. Once again, you changed out your boots, or if you changed out the cold res here, you can still get your lightning cat that you're looking for. But the fire would obviously double as more damage as well, because you're going to get cold and lightning for it, and then the chaos would help you as well. Like I said, don't take what I say as like super hard. Take it with a grain of salt. I'm just going over each piece and explaining what could be changed or modified with it, so you know where you can go from here, right? Like I said, I'm not saying you're bad. I'm not saying you did anything wrong. I'm just giving my, my food for thought for each piece, right? Like this ring, really good, other than the fact that its strength is kind of not necessary in our build, but it's not a hurtful stat, right? But good life roll. The strength gives us even more life. The chaos roll is great. The fire roll is awesome. The flat life regen is kind of meh, but at least it's regen, and then the base damage pretty good. Once again, this is another one where you could roll. I would personally prefer, since you have the nebulous, instead of rolling flat 17 damage, roll that with, is it a suffix? Is that a suffix? Hold on. I want to say that's a suffix. I'd have to check it, but I can't remember if that's a suffix or not. I think it's a prefix. Is it a prefix? Okay. So I was gonna say I'd rather see fire res on that, but see, now it makes sense why you have that on there, because it's at least a damage mod. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. Honestly, more life would just be better. 17 life is decent. 17 damage is decent, but it has life. Okay, so yeah, you're fine. So you did the right thing. So this is actually a really, really good ring. Like I said, I just wish it had fire res on it. I mean, you could exalt slam it and see if you could actually hit a res. Like I said, even if you hit lightning or cold, use the Horticraft and swap it to fire. This would be a really good ring. So I would exalt slam this personally, if there's an open suffix, which I think there is. Because I think fire, strength, and actually I think fire is prefix, life is prefix for sure, and I think the damage one is prefix. I think the life regen is a suffix, and I want to say strength is a suffix. So yeah, I think if you slam this with an exalt, that'd be really good. Your belt, pretty solid. Not going to say anything about this. You actually got a decent one, so that's fine. You got a life flask with bleed immunity, pretty solid. Don't have any qualms there. Looks like you haven't auto flasked these yet. I mean, you did use when charges reach full, but it's just a block recovery one. So are you rolling these yourself, or are you trying to buy some? They're really expensive to roll and to buy, so I'm just kind of curious. You got your chance to ignite here, which is kind of nice. I don't know how I feel about a Jade Flask personally. Just because like evasion doesn't really matter for the build. You rolled those? Okay. I would, if it was me, I would get a Ruby Flask in here instead of this flask for sure. You don't need Onslaught. Onslaught's okay for extra movement speed and attack speed and stuff, cast speed, but I feel like you need a Ruby Flask. Quicksilver's fine, and instead of a Jade Flask, like I would honestly argue a Bismuth Flask because of the Nebulous. Right? Because think about it. Bismuth Flask, right? 35 all res, right? So 35 fire res, which is technically a total of 70 extra percent. Or 7, so 35 plus 35, so it's like 60. That's 70% fire right there. Not fire, but 70% res is right there. But then it still adds another 70 between the other two. That's 140% resist being added to the character, which with Nebulous makes it go up, right? So my 5, right? So I'm going to pop my Bismuth, and my damage is going to go from 178k. It's weird it doesn't work sometimes. My sheet damage doesn't change. Don't know why. But like if I pop this one where it's 19% during effect, right? You can see it actually, once again, it doesn't move. I don't know what's wrong with it, but it does actually give more damage from my understanding. But if you don't want to go that route, right, there's no problems with that either. You can go Sulfur Flask. It's guaranteed. It's 40% increased damage. It also drops Conk Effect, which is really useful for regen. So when you're face tanking and you're doing single target on a boss, you pop it, you get the extra damage from the Sulfur Flask being active, and you get Conk Effect to double your damage or double your regen. So if you look at this, we go to config and we just turn on are you on Conk Ground, right? Your life regen goes from 1300 to 1800. It's like not, it doesn't quote unquote double it, but it doubles like your base and then everything else adding on top of it. But yeah, it gives you another 500 net regen plus the 40% damage. So Sulfur Flask would be really strong. Yeah, it's really good. Now there's other ways to get Conk Effect later, but that's more expensive. And then, like I said, you don't really need a golem, so I would remove this. Obviously, put this in your other one to level it, right? You need to find a way to get... Wait. Was the golem the reason you didn't have... Or was it Ice Combine? Anyway, you have mana now. I don't know what changed. Anyway, yeah, like with this setup, you'll be much better. Like, you'll have max block cap. You'll have more damage because you'll actually have the right thing in the right spot. Yeah, it's all good. I mean, I could re-pull it. Right? Yeah, now it says you're at 190k. Now you have 5% mana, like, so I mean, I don't think anything really changed. Like gear-wise, I think your gear's still the same, right? But skills-wise, yeah, like that's changed. You don't need this. Like I said, that can just be removed completely. It's not worth it. Like I said, you can technically get, like, for extra survivability or for extra links, you can get rid of that. That's fine. And then, yeah, you still need to change this, obviously. Yeah, overall, I don't think you're bad off, right? Just a few tweaks on your gear, and then obviously buying better gear as you push down. Few tweaks on this. Now, a few things that I would add to this. Yeah, I don't think it's updated yet. A few things I would add to your build, though. is cast on damage taken with Molten Shell. If you want me to explain how it works, I can. And then I personally run Arrogance with Vitality, so I can get an extra almost 200 life regen. And it only consumes like, I don't know, 300-400 of my total life. It's not that big a deal. Like, how much does it consume? It costs 468 of my max life, but it gives me like almost 200 life regen. So it helps me survive quite a bit. Arrogance makes the aura reserve life instead of mana. So I have enough mana that I could technically, I couldn't reserve it on my mana because Vitality is a flat, it's not a percentage. So at level 20, it reserves 233 mana. Yo, what up, Riven? So unless you have 233 mana to reserve it, in order for me to reserve it, I have to reserve it on my life. So I reserve it via Arrogance to get it on, so I get the extra regen without cucking my mana. Right? Percentage ones are better to do on the mana, and then flat ones are better to do on HP. You're scaling HP, not mana, right? But that's something I would recommend getting in place because it's a good defensive layer. You do level 1 cast on damage taken with level 7 Molten Shell, and if you want me to explain why it's those levels, I can. And then for curses, you run punishment, not flammability. The reason for this is because your ascendancy, whenever you're stationary, their fire res is set to negative 20%. That means it can't go lower than that and it can't go higher than that. It's set to that exact number no matter how you look at it. So having flammability on them doesn't increase your damage unless you're moving. Right? Because if you're moving, then their fire res will be reduced by whatever reductions are on them to, let's say they're at 100 and you have 50 reduced, res on them. Now they'll have 50 fire res, so you'll be doing more damage while running, but once you stop, you'll be doing even more damage because they'll be at negative 20. So instead of using ability, use punishment, because punishment has nothing to do with the res. Specifically just says enemies take increased damage while they're on low life. So once they get below 55% of their life, they take 58% increased damage. So this actually works with the ascendancy. So use that instead. I personally like doing it on a hex touch because I'm lazy. So every time I frost blink, it automatically curses for me. So when I'm mapping and I'm frost blinking like into a pack, it puts punishment on them as I land. It's just a much simpler setup. That's why I run it that way. And then I personally run Purity of Fire and Purity of Elements. I do this for multiple reasons, but eventually I will drop Purity of Elements for like Malevolence or Skitterbots with Unbound Ailments because it's technically stronger. But that's a much later thing that I'll swap to it. The reason I run this early and for most of my mid game is because it makes me immune to all ailments, and it gives me a lot of res, and that res obviously boosts Nebulous quite a lot. And this helmet needs to be replaced and stuff like that. But like I said, I run Scorching Ray, don't run Scorching Ray. And then I have an open slot here, like I said, like just, it is what it is. It's not too big a deal. What's going on, Riven? Yeah, I'm gonna be making a swap to cast on stun build once I farm up another like 10 divines. So it's not that big a deal to me that my gear is kind of cucked. But does everything I said make sense, Smashy? Like you have some room for early progress, like cheap upgrades and changes to make your character a little bit tankier, stronger, and whatnot. Like I said, making some of those changes should double or triple your damage that you currently have. I'm doing pretty good. I'm glad you're doing good as well. Thanks for stopping in. Like I said, we're almost at the end of our stream. I might go a little longer today, but I do want to get a workout in, so I might get off here in the next 15 minutes. But with all of that said, Smashy, you did make a comment that you wanted to farm some gear or some currency, right? Needed to get into a currency farm that actually made you some money, right? Now, like I said, there is a very slow, I would say very slow, but relatively slow method that's pretty consistent, and it's vendor recipeing yellows. Most people will not do this. Most people will never recommend this because it's not fast money per hour. It's consistent excess money while you're speedrunning, but it does slow your speedruns down. Now, what you do, if you don't know, I mean, there's a wiki for it, but because there's vendor recipes in the game, if you didn't know that. Like I said, I know you're new to the game, so but selling certain items and certain combinations or whatever net specific results, right? So if you wanted to make an this type of amulet, you would sell this amulet with this amulet and this, and it would outcome one of these, right? So the one I'm specifically talking about is the chaos vendor recipe. So you can farm chaos really cheap. And the long story of that, or the short story of that is, as long as it's within a certain item level, one of the items has to be within a certain item level. Well, I'll give it more of a caveat in a second here. So here it is. So as long as all of the items are within 60 to 70 item level, 60 to 74 item level, you will get a chaos. Now this is doubled to 2 if they're all unidentified. Now, I wouldn't worry about this one where it's greater than 20 quality or more to get an extra chaos, but you're shooting for this one. Now, unless you plan on looking at all the items and judging if it's worth selling to a player or not, this is guaranteed 2 chaos for every full set of gear you obtain. Now, if you want to identify everything and maybe sell stuff to other players via the market and anything that's really not worth anything, then vendor it this way, you can do that as well. It's just a lot more tedious, but all the items have to be within 60 to 74 item level. But if they're higher, 75 plus, as long as one of the items falls in this range, it will still be a chaos instead of a regal. Right? So if you're running tier 16 maps and you're getting all 83 items, gear score items, if you go back and do like a level 1 map and you get one item that's in this range, it'll give you a chaos instead of regals. All you have to change. But what I typically do if I'm going to do this method is I pick up every ring, every belt, every amulet until I have a bunch of them, and then I'll go around and pick up the other items. And the other items are basically a full character. So you need one of each weapon or a two-hander, whatever is going to fill your hands. You need a helmet, chest, hands, feet, and then you need the 4 miscellaneous. So you need a full character sheet worth of items, and you get 2C every time. Like I said, if you farm up a bunch of jewelry first, mostly the rings are your bottleneck. Belts are pretty easy. Amulets can be hit or miss. But the rest of it is very common to drop. That's guaranteed money in your pockets. Just walk up to a vendor, sell it all unidentified, 2 chaos. You can make like 20C a day on top of whatever you're doing just by selling those items as you're running through maps. That's one guaranteed way to make some money. Like I said, if you are identifying them and just tossing in like everything into your person for like 1C, people will buy random 1C items all the time. If it actually rolls well, you can get like 10, 15C out of it, sometimes even more. So other than that, what I would recommend, I don't know how far along your map is, like how much map progression you've gotten completed. Right? I don't know what tier maps you're currently farming or anything, but the gist of it, I also don't know if you have like these unlocked or not. Okay, you got 1 void. Okay, so what you can do is you can farm searing, turn searing on and speed run maps. Now this is one method you can do, right? Because in theory, it takes 28 procs to get yourself an invitation, right? So if we look, that's the wrong one. What's the other invitation called? This one. 80C to 100C, right? I'll tell you that in a second. Yeah. So there's lots of methods. I'm just trying to give them an easy one. No. So you just want to alch and go and not put any effort in it, not scarab, nothing crazy. You just want to alch and go. It doesn't matter what tier map it is, as long as it's above a tier 14. I think it's 14 plus, right? Yeah, 14 plus. You turn searing on. You jump into any map you want, and when it procs, you get a counter. When you get to 28 counters, you sell the invitation for 100C. You don't even have to finish the map. You just have to get it to proc. Now, what I do recommend is you run to the Mirage every map, and then you proc the searing in the Mirage as well. It'll give you 2 procs per map. So in theory, in 14 maps, you'll have an invitation. And depending on how fast you do this, you can farm tons of currency. Because if you just don't care about killing everything and you just speed run the map just to proc the searing, get into the Mirage, proc the searing, and leave, you can do 14 maps in probably 20 minutes or less. So let's say you proc 3 invitations an hour. That's 300C. That's a divine and a half an hour. That's not a lot. Don't get me wrong. There's lots of other methods to make money, but if you're struggling, this is an easy way, right? It's consistent. It's easy, and if you have a stronger build and you can clear the map faster, or if you want to work into scarabs, you can do other methods as well. There's obviously the harvest method where you go in and you farm life force. You can use some scarabs to increase it even further. Like No said, you could farm essences. You farm a ton of different essences, and you sell the essences in bulk to players and stuff. You have that option. I mean, there's tons of different ways to make money. It's just ridiculous on how easy it is to make money. It's just finding something you like to do it. Like if you want to just AFK and do tower defense, play Blight. Very easy. Put down a bunch of towers, you let it do the work, and you kill everything. Now, there is some learning curve to that, which I can explain later another date. But that's an easy way to make money. You got Harvest, you got Ritual, you got Ultimatum. Like, all of these will drop decent money. Now, for your build specifically, I would probably not do Ritual or Ultimatum right now until you're stronger, because it's hard. Blight is totally doable. Breach is really doable. Because I'm doing Breach and Harvest personally. Whoa. Yo. Way. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Thank you. We're gonna be getting off here in about 15 minutes as well. But appreciate you bringing your community on over here. I thank you for that. Much appreciated. Super generous. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you, everybody. Welcome in. My name's Rage. We typically just hang out, play little games, and teach people, explain things, help people. But I appreciate it. Welcome in, Classy. Thank you for coming on over on that raid. Like I said, Sway, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you for the raid. Super generous. Thank you. I'm glad you decided you would choose me for your lucky little Raiderino. Sway, wait. Sway, do you have 2 alt accounts? What's going on here? Not Fairy. What a name. Love it. Thank you for the follows, everybody. Appreciate you. Huge. I mean, you're not wrong, no. Depending on what method you're going about currency farming. Oh, that's your bro. Oh, okay. I was like, what the hell? What up, Thor? Welcome in. Appreciate you, man. You sent me a song list? Okay. I'll take a look at it later. But yeah, sometimes going to the Mirage can be a waste. But I will say, no, if the Mirage is right next to the Essence, it's worth going in. Because if you're already investing into essences, since the scarabs, if you are using scarabs, I don't know if you are or not, at least they work for the Mirage, so you can double down. That's why like the Breach is kind of nice, because if you're investing into breaches, right, and using scarabs, or if you're using like life force scarabs, they work in the Mirage, so you can double dip. So I don't know. Smashy, do you have any other questions? Like I said, I didn't give you any like top tier money making methods. Like I said, with your gear and the state of where you're at, I feel like you need to start with like an easier thing. And I think searing invitations are very easy for you to speed run, to get you some currency, to get your items all sorted. Like I said, maybe some harvest. You're gonna hit or miss with some harvest because you're gonna get kind of dicked on a little bit. I get dicked on pretty often, and I'm already stronger than you. Um, I said if you really want to do the vendor recipe thing for a little extra, you can. It's personal preference, but I think the searing invitation is a very easy way for you to get started, get you rolling. So, all right, mate, I appreciate you for sticking around, hanging around, and hanging out. I hope you had a good time. Hope you had the rest of your day. Hope you sleep well. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow. We'll be on the rest of the weekend, guys. We also do have a Discord for anybody that does want to join. For anybody that does typically kind of just dip out soon here. I'm going to be getting off in about 10 minutes. So if you guys have any questions, you guys want to ask me anything, you want me to help you with anything, feel free to ask now. On-screen celebration. Wait, what's that? I've never seen that before. What the hell's that? Hell yeah, let's go. Yeah, so that's the thing with the harvest. The harvest will sporadically just punch you in the dick. Oh! That's what that is? I was like, what the hell is that? That was some bits? Okay, I got you. I was like, what the hell? I've never seen that before. That's crazy. I appreciate it. We're gonna snooze this last ad break, and then when the next one comes up in 5 minutes, guys, we're gonna let it play, and then we're gonna call it a night. Like I said, if you guys have any questions, let me know now, so we can try and get all the information out and done for you. No, I don't let links in my chat unless they're like people that have been here for years that I've learned to trust. And even then, I just even the length of time doesn't matter. I just have to learn to trust you. But what is the doc you're gonna send? Is it like a currency farming doc? Because I don't like those personally. Huh? Alex? All? Oh, all good? I'm assuming? Maybe? I don't know. Oh man. Sway, if you're still chilling, what were you playing? I'm assuming POE. But like what kind of build? What kind of like what are you farming? What you doing? Oh, essence calculator, got you. Okay. Can I blast that? Oh shit. Okay. Farming scarab boxes. Ooh, okay. I did not find the seer, mess. I did not find the seer. But I only ran 10 maps. 10 maps because of all the talking we did. Oh yeah, I forgot. Smarty, I forgot. Or Smash. Totally forgot. Make sure you're doing your King's March. And since you're new, you're gonna have to level it up and get it all sorted. Make sure you do your King's March. At bare minimum, throw in all your low tier maps and let your mappers run them. And at least one boat a day. Like let your, gather a bunch of ores while you're running through maps, and then let your little farmer guys, farm up some farm stuff for you. Let your one miner mine the stuff, and your smithers smith the stuff, and then toss that shit in a boat and let it go. I mean, I only do it if I'm trying to just ridiculously increase the amount of the price. Yeah, I know crops are dog water now. That's why I only put one guy on each crop. Because I was just increasing the shipment value. But I don't really do King's March all that much. It's just I'm recommending that they do it because it'd be helpful for them. Why don't I have any? I have no bars. What's that? Yeah, we're just gonna right click it. There we go. Hell, let's go. 50 mil ship. Yeah. The cute dog's always talking about, man, get no 50 mil ships, man. Let's go. That's crazy amount of bars, though. Yeah, I'm just lazy. I honestly could care less. I really could just care less. So I'm just gonna send this just because I don't care. Like I said, I send out like one a day just because I don't care enough. I hate the ships personally. I do the mappers all day long. Mappers is where I like to be. I get rid of like all my low tier maps. I just get rid of all my low tier maps. Yeah, mirror shards one day. One day. Yeah, I agree. Saving I just don't do enough with shipments. Like I don't farm the ores. I'm not spec'd into ores, I'm not spec'd into shipment stuff. Not spec'd into any stuff because I just don't care. I hate it. I don't want to touch them. I don't want to think about them. I haven't touched King's March since the King's March League came out. Because I just hated doing King's March. That's pretty insane. Like it's so funny. I talk to people that play this game and they're like, "Oh yeah, I make like 100 div a day." I'm just like, bro, I'll be lucky to see a single div in a week. Like, I'm so slow at this game. I'm so like lazy at it. I don't make any money because I don't try. Right? I don't try to do like high tier like methods. I don't like follow like the metas or anything. Like I just fucking play the game. I run into a map, smash stuff, and leave. If something drops, something drops. If nothing drops, nothing drops. I just don't care. Like that's my biggest problem I run into, right? Is I don't take the game serious enough, and I usually only play for a week or two because I hate shopping. And when it comes to like having to shop and then picking up like high tier gear that's like 20 divines for an item, and I'm like, do I really want to spend 20 divines on an item? I'm like, yeah, I'd rather just go play New World. You know, I'd rather just go play another game at this point. Like that's usually what ends up happening to me is I just get bored before I get to that point. And I just quit. I'm just gonna toss all those in because I just don't care. And then we'll come back to some loot tomorrow. Yeah, I like the mappers because I don't have to do it. All I have to do is run my maps and pick up maps. I just prefer that so much more. Yeah, 7 a.m. Yeah, it's 5:15 for me. Like I said, this ad's playing. Once it's over, I'm gonna call it a night myself. Oh yeah, let me go dump some currency into King's March so it doesn't shut off. Yeah, classic. Yeah, that's what I was waiting on. balls, man. $235 of climbing. Let's go, Thor. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about. Keep hitting that shit hard. Day 14. Bro, how many hours a day is that? Bro, what the? Thor, go to sleep. Get some food. I mean, don't get me wrong, you could be eating in this time period as well, but still, bro, go get up, stretch your legs, you know, do some squats, do some stretches, walk to the bathroom a couple of times, walk around the kitchen, make some fucking food, and Jesus. Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. I'm like, bro, go to sleep. Like, seriously. All right. Anyway, ad should be over in just a minute here. I'm assuming most of you are out. Haven't been out much. I mean, I'm gonna be the same way, Thor, when that shit pops up. When I get into that, I am gonna be sucked in so hard. I'm scared for my life. Yeah, I mean, I'd try to eat more if I was you, but anyway, we're gonna get out of here, guys. We'll be back on tomorrow. We're gonna be grinding this out tomorrow. We're getting prepped for Defiance of Destiny swap to Cast on Stun. We need roughly 20 div to pick it up. I hate, there's so many Falborns. And then boom, and then 24. So this is what we're shooting for. About 20 divines. Pick one of these up. Shouldn't take us too much longer to pick one up. But this is what we're shooting for. Once we get that, we're going to make the swap to Cast on Stun. And hopefully life will be generous to us after that. But we're going to be back on tomorrow. We're going to get off for now. If you guys need me, hit me up in the Discord. I already posted it. If you want it again, I can do it again. But just join the Discord. If you haven't joined it, you want to join, feel free. The only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need any help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, that's the best place to do it. If you ever want to hit me up off stream on days that I don't stream, since I do work from home, that's the best place to reach me. Oh man, but that's pretty much it, guys. I had a good time. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, go into the About Me, click on the little VODs link, it'll bring you over there. If you ever want to catch up on a stream that you missed, or rewatch one, or catch something in the stream that you might want to rehear, rewatch, revisit, take a screenshot or clip or whatever, that's the best place to do it. If you give me any love over on the VODs channel, I'd appreciate that as well. But I hope you guys had a good time. Have a good rest of your day. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. And take it easy. Talk to you guys later. Bye bye. See you. Thank you.